someone asked, just bring it up. I prepared. I think the most interesting spots come up on the final table. Up till that point, it was. I went through it yesterday already a little bit. Not that many interesting hands, but still worth going through. And I would say we go through the hands before the final table rather quickly, and on the final table we go through it a little bit in more detail. I selected them in review mode. So, okay, review hands. Perfect. Go for the first one. So, this is a little bigger.
Yeah, guys, so Mario recently shipped the 10K, shipped 10K in the marathon, $55 on Sunday. And Roli final table did the week before. Is that right, guys?
No, I won it yesterday and the final table did today. So,
No, for 2 days. You
2 days in a row.
won it yesterday, I final table did.
That's the story, and you guys are gonna go through all the hands that Mario VP'd in his ship, or what's the idea?
Yes, I think the idea is to start going through the hands that I played on the day before, and let's see how far we go, and maybe make a second part with Roland's hands from yesterday, or he played it in the night today, and yeah, just see where it goes, but start with the first run, and then Roland prepares the next part. That's the idea.
And for everyone outside of the Pokercode who's joining right now through social media, I think you just heard it. We're going through a recent ship from Mario, who is a day one member and supporter of the Pokercode, and he's out crushing the mid and high stakes MTTs during the Corona grind. And he also has a challenge running. Mario, do you want to do some words about it, or rather keep it private?
Yeah, I reset all my graphs. I'm not exactly sure what the goal with the challenge is. I didn't set a specific goal, but I just wanted to reset all the results and grind it up from during the quarantine. And yeah, as I said, I don't really have a goal, but I think that's fine. But I really enjoy it, and I played the last weeks a lot of poker, and I probably keep that running. So yeah, okay, I would say we just jump in and go from there. Johannes, you stay, or do you keep working?
I'm gonna leave you now. Okay. Mario, you are the host now, and we're live on Facebook, Twitter, and on YouTube, and really awesome stuff. Thanks for studying the spot, guys.
Okay. Cheers, Johannes.
Cheers.
Cool.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I think that's the first hand that I jumped in. I think that's the very first hand.
All right, then let's jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Curious what you do there, because I think you like open min racing, but I think I like to jam this hand.
Yeah, I think it's better to just take the AV in jamming. It's a little too short to. I think it's not quite strong enough to have it as a min raise call. It's obviously strong enough, but like I would rather have ace queen suited plus and queens plus in that spot and balance it with a few raise folds. But I think it's fine to just jam it. And
I agree.
I won a flip, I think.
Oh no.
Yeah, I like against king. That's the first one. That was a rather interesting one. I didn't know this play at the time.
All right.
They were unknowns to me. I think it goes open raise, and I defend the big blind, and he sizes up half pot on the flop. I think on the flop, it's a very easy defend. And then the turn it gets tricky. I check, and he bets now half pot again. And what do you think about it?
I think with the, I mean, you have a lot of flushes, of course. But I think he also have, the thing is, he doesn't have so many offsuit one spade hands, which he can bet here. So because it's like very early position, he doesn't have like so many offsuit combinations with one spade. I think you can overfold this. I would just fold.
Yeah, I thought about it in the same way. Like he's betting on the flop into two players is a rather he shouldn't have the offsuit combinations. He has like the suited combination of like king 10 suited. But then again, he might even have, if he's a recreational, 10-9 suited as the flush, that the straight on the turn already. And if he's betting, I rather see many players even checking back hands like king queen maybe, which would be good for us in that situation if they don't go thin for value. However, I also don't really see them bluffing too much. He could have hands like ace 10 offsuit with the spade, king 10 of hearts. He still have some, which I block, which is not that great. But I think it's fine to start overfolding in these spots a little bit. And as you said, I have 10-9 with the straight. I have a lot of flushes, and I have a lot of two-pair combinations which I would check raise the flop mostly, but all the queen 8 and check 8 would have probably overfold on the flop already. But I still have enough hands.
Other question: would you also defend queen 9 offsuit? I think queen 10 is like the bottom.
I probably would against the min raise defend queen 9 as well. Yes.
I think it's not. Yeah, okay.
It's too close. You think queen 9?
I'm not a fan of defending queen 9 offsuit here.
Okay. Because you think it, yeah, I mean, it's an under the gun 1 and under the gun +2 call, so they should both have two pretty tight ranges, which makes it really hard to realize our equity. But yeah, I think I just shot it up. I went for the overfold.
One question is, can you turn off the TV behind? Do you have TV running behind?
That's 1 second. I gotta change the location. Soda. Oh, es was weg. Okay, next hand. Yeah, I think there's not a flip that I won, maybe. No, just against a3. I just filtered all the hands out that I pipped before the final table. And after the final table, we just go for the hands that I played every hand. So I think we can just skip that through. Small c-bet on that flop. I think we c-bet range.
Yeah.
And he folds.
Stacked up.
That was a fun one. That's the same guy that I folded queen 10 to.
Yeah.
Knowing that now, I probably shouldn't have folded queen 10. But I think it's either way. If I know he's a wild guy, I probably shouldn't fold, but I think it's either way. It's pretty close. And I double up in this hand where he just open rips it, and I.
Yeah, but.
Huh? And he just had king 8.
Okay.
Wow.
What a guy.
Interesting.
What a time to pick up aces.
Yeah. I think that was raise fold. Yeah. Ace 9 was. That's a. Yeah. How far do you defend ace X in the big blinds against under the gun? What's the weakest?
I think you can still defend a lot of ace-x with like when you are like 15 big blinds deep. You can defend nearly every ace. Maybe I would fold ace-2s and ace-6. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think if he sizes up a little bigger, we have to forward a little more. But against the min raise, against 15 big blinds, we have to call most of it. On the turn, I think we should check most of our range against him there. So I think ace-9 is not a good candidate to lead out. And if it goes check, check, what do you define his range here mostly?
I think he mostly has like queens or jacks.
Yeah, I think it's pocket pairs as low as 8s probably. Maybe he raises 7s.
He should bet though every hand on the flop.
Yeah.
Mostly pockets, yeah. So I think I would go for a very small sizing.
I agree. It's a spot where he should, or like he's allowed to see bet his whole range there. And if people are checking back, it's very condensed to like the hands that benefit from checking back a lot, which are queens, jacks, and tens, which don't accomplish that much. But since they're mostly not that balanced, I think it's worth something for us to either start bluffing a lot in these spots when he mostly has medium pocket pair, or charge him for that. And I think I made a slight mistake here with a too big of a sizing to allow him to fold tens and checks. And yeah, I think there was a mistake in that hand.
By the way, there is a question in the chat where somebody asked you about the stats. Do you know?
I think here we have the chats. The thing is, I have so little hands on these players. Like you see, the max is I think 57 hands. I think it's more interesting on the final table, as I have more stats on the players. But I just recently resetted my computer, so I have no stats on them. And these are only from this tournament. So like, yeah, I range stats with 57 hands is really not that valuable. So I think it's just best to leave that out and not consider it at this point. And because it like 57 hands is a decent first impression, but it's not really something we can base our decisions on. So I think it's best to not have it at this point. And maybe at the final table, because the final table was like 200 hands or something, and there you get already a decent idea if you play with the players quite some. So I think for the early stage of the tournament, we can just leave it out.
Yeah, because somebody was asking concerning the queen 10 offsuit hand to look at the stats rather to continue.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was I usually play without HUD, which might be not the best idea, but I'm used to not playing with HUD most of the time. So
yeah, I also play without HUD. I used to play with HUD, but now they banned it in party poker. So
yeah, it's only stars that I'm the only side.
Yeah, the hands, the sample sizes.
Yeah. I think I lost an all-in there. Easy jam with queens resuited.
Yeah.
And
what is your jamming range there?
Any ace, any king 8, probably almost any king, I think.
I think any king, yes, of course.
Queen, I think you can go as low as almost any queen even, depending on how much he folds. Probably check. With the check X, it's probably more check 7 and then 10, 7, and then 9-6 off, this kind of range, I would say. And then obviously from the suited combinations, any queen, any jack, probably any 10 suited, and then with the suited nines, we have to be a little bit more careful. But really it depends on the player. If it's a player as a threshold, if the player is overfolding and he has 10 big blinds or less, we can jam any two, but we have to be sure that the player is not aware of how much he has to defend. If he calls here queen 10 suited, then we already cannot jam any two, I think. But yeah, what's your take there?
I think your jamming range looks really fine. I would also jam like connectors, more low connectors. You stop by 9-6 offsuit something. I would also jam. It's like 7-6 offsuit, or
I think it's fine to draw the line at somewhere at the 10 big blinds is easier because you can really go absolutely crazy if you know he's not calling that much. 12 big blinds a little more defined. I think having the two connectors, like as you said, 9-6 and 8-6, maybe 8-5 even, is probably even fine. And I think the thing is, if it gets a close jam, you can, and the player is not attacking your limps as much as he should, then I think it's fine to mix in some limps with the low equity shoves. So hands like 8-5 off and 9-5 off, I think it's fine to have some limps. Depending, if the player is aware that you shove a lot and then you start limping, you either trapping or you have a weak hand, so he can attack that quite heavily by either shoving or, I think as an exploit, it's just fine to make it 2.8 in the big blind against the range like this, even short stacks, because most of the players even have
more like 2.5 against against this range, this polarized range where you only limp your good hands and your marginal shoves. Somebody asked to change the chips to blinds, so it's easier.
How do I do that?
I have no idea.
I thought of show chips, perfect. Yeah, that's a good
Right.
Thank you. I was looking at that and I couldn't find
Very
it.
much for
Okay.
the comment. And he called with queen 10 or what?
Yeah, which is a good call. Good call, sir. King check. I think it's perfect candidate to min-raise fold.
Min-raise fold,
yeah.
I agree.
High cut heavy is really important, as you should get as short as this. You still want to have raise folds because you also want to have maybe even checks, but mostly queens plus ace king suited or ace queen suited even, and then you also have to have some check folds, bet raise folds, and here I think it's just a small range c bet.
Yeah,
fine. Yeah, I think with 10, if it's like a little bigger, I think 10s is strong enough to min raise call. I think with 10, I don't want to have a raising range.
Was a question concerning the last hand. Somebody asked, is it a big mistake if we just shove king jack offsuit?
No, I think king jack is a profitable shove, but it gets close.
It's very close.
And the thing is, if you have close shoves, and there is the option to have a min-raise folding range or min-raising range in general. How you want to construct your hand ranges is you basically have top part, which is aces, kings, queens. Then you have the middle part, which is like ace check suited, ace 10 suited, and you have the low part, which is, for example, king check offsuit or king 10 offsuit. And in general, how you want to construct it is you want to take the really high EV shoves, like nines or ace check suited or ace 10 suited, that don't really want to play a post-flop pot. And then the shoves that are getting close and then the top of your range, ace and kings. You want to have both ranges like balanced out to have to start having a min raise range, and so you maximize the EV for your whole range, and you can still repeat hands like king check or king 10. Maybe king 10 is a little too loose, but king check offsuit in a spot like this without having to shove your whole range. So I think as a general, because it's easier, it's fine to have just a shoving range with 13 blinds. But if you get a little bit more experience, then you can navigate the spots, especially short stack, a little better. I think it's beneficial for your win rate to have a min raise range in that spot. I think.
Well said.
Chat. No, it's totally fine to do both.
Yeah, with 11 big blinds to raise.
Yeah, it's totally. I totally agree. It's easier to have just a min raising range, just the shoving range, and I think if starting out, I think it's totally fine to only have that, because that's a part where you can then add on later as like a more detailed where you like get more comfortable playing post flop pots, and especially even with 12 big blinds. Playing a post flop pot, then you can start min raising, and if you start doing that, then I think that's a way to construct your range. I think oh yeah, that was a sick hold against ace 8 and ace 7. Another good one. Up to 63,000. Not sure how to sound. Yeah, raise fold. Big blind calls. I think here small sizing with especially this combination is fine. We can almost bet my whole range.
Yeah, I think
if it's rainbow, it's a I think it's fine to go for small one. Wow. Oh, he opened chips. Okay. Hold.
Very easy decisions.
Yeah, I ran really well in the tournament, of course. That was a sick one, I remember. And then I'm like, if that's the thing, but like he opens, I reshove, and he calls, I'm always dead with ace king, like always. People are just, if they flat here, they always have the nuts. So in this spot from him, I think you can extremely overfold, because he's always reshipping ace king, queens, and jacks, but looking it weaker by just calling is always the nuts. And
I don't think so.
No,
because it makes no difference for him if he shoves or not. The opener has 20 big blinds and you shove 22 big blinds. So I think I would not read any into this when I'm the opener.
Yeah, I have the, like, in this specific way, it really doesn't make any difference. But I think just from a mental, from recreational, where like, okay, I just want to call to make it seem like I'm, that's what I have the experience with. But I sucked it out and he had kings.
And he has kings. Okay.
But I obviously know the hand before, so it's easy for me to read something into that. Yeah. As you see, I had very, very easy decision. Button is a very good Brazilian irregular. Both blinds I don't know. And yeah, I think how would you approach this?
Yeah, multi-way you can't go for, or I won't go for big sizing.
Mm-hmm.
So of course a small sizing. I would prefer like 30% again.
Yeah, I think I would go even smaller, like 2.5x. I think I made it a little bit too big with 3, but doesn't really change that much. To give him the chance to check shove still, if against this 3 big blind size. I think it's a little bit too big. That was, I think, a little mistake, but I think otherwise it's fine. In general, I would be checking a whole lot on that board. In terms of bluffs, really difficult to say, but maybe. Thing is, I probably want to be checking my ace X and maybe bluffing my king X of diamonds.
But I think betting your ace X of diamonds is good here, also with a small sizing.
Yeah, difficult. But I think both options are fine. I really like to have the nut flush in the checking range and check calling range, because you accomplish, but you also deny a lot of equity if you bet a small sizing here, and if you get check raised, you obviously can continue.
Queen X without a flush draw.
I would check. I think it's a pure check.
And the Queen X with decent flush draw.
Probably still check, because it's a hand where you cannot go for 3 streets, and the button can start bluffing a lot in this spot maybe. So I probably, like, if I have queen check off with the check in diamonds, I think it's fine to have that in the check calling range. If I have ace queen with the ace in diamonds, I start betting. If king queen with the king in diamonds, I mix probably both, but rather tend to bet the small sizing and then bet something like king queen, a king check with the king of diamonds as a bluff.
So you have the very strong hands and bluffs with second nut flush draw, and the medium hands you basically check.
Yeah, I think it's fine to have a lot of checks with also king queen with the king of diamonds here, just to protect. Otherwise, the internet player on the button can go
I
crazy.
played with this guy yesterday in the last final 2 tables, also in the marathon.
Yeah, he's good. It's Brazilian. I know him a little bit. What about 70% bet? Do you mean more? Do you mean on the flop? Okay. The thing is, in multi-way pots, you always have lower equity compared to heads-up pots. So in generally, your sizings have to decrease because your photos equity also decreases. So a big sizing in Hansi. So generally, a big sizing is in a multi-way pot smaller than a big sizing would be in a heads-up pot. Like in a heads-up pot, the big sizing would be 75% pot, and the big sizing in the like 300, 400, even smaller would be somewhere around 40 to 50%. Because if you size up too big, you have to lower your betting frequency extremely, which you have to do anyway in a multi-way pot. But that makes it even more difficult to find the right balance. So generally, on this board, especially on like monotone boards where you generally want to have a smaller sizing, also in heads-up pots, there is no 75% pot bet, especially in multi-way pots, for a lot of reasons, because you want to you accomplish a lot by folding out the players' auto folds, which they have a lot, especially button and big blind. Small blind also, just all the combinations that don't have a diamond in them, and yeah, you benefit there a lot from a small sizing because you fold out all these combinations, and there are a lot of hands that continue against a big sizing as well as against a small sizing, like a pair and a flush draw, which can fold anyway. So with this specific hand, like ace-4, we would obviously benefit from that specific factor, but that's just because we have the nuts, and but we don't want to construct a range like that. And yeah, I think the point is that in multi-way pots, we have to decrease our sizings a lot. And as a 1/3 pot size is already on the little bit bigger side in the multi-way. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I think the big bet looks so strong. You get folds from random queen X with no flush draw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you size up 75%, I would fold up to king queen there in one of the positions.
Because betting so huge in free, people who all can have flushes. It's like
yeah, especially the big blind. The big blind is so he's short. It's not that relevant, but because we're broken with queen X against him anyway. But if you were deeper, he has so much more flushes. A little bit more than us, but general these three ranges combined are just way stronger than our range. So because of that, we cannot play that aggressively. So ace queen. 3-bet or call, Rolly?
I think in these spots when you 3-bet and you can call it off, I would definitely 3-bet. But when you have to 3-bet fold, then I would of course always call. So in this spot with 38 blinds, I don't like it too much to 3-bet call, so I would just go for the flat call and
I agree. Agreed. For the same reasons, and
there are some 20 blinds shoving stacks behind, which would like a trap. And also when the big blind shoves and then the opener has to nearly reshove his whole range, then you have the face queen.
Yeah,
easy call.
Same reasons why usually in a heads-up pot he can size up and should almost never have such small sizing on this draw-heavy board. But since it's multi-way, he also has to decrease the sizing, and he's a good player. Not sure how this went. I think I was lucky. Ace on the turn. That was an interesting one. I remember this one. So he's 3x's the small blind. I think there is not much to add. Besides pretty easy call on the flop, pre-flop, and he goes for a small sizing, which makes a lot of sense. He has to be a bit more careful since he's out of position, and it can still float a lot. So in his position, I probably think, small sizing is fine.
Yeah, because you still have a lot of
out of folds, yes. And I hit the absolute chin card on the turn. And here I think he has his 3-betting 3xing range pre-flop, I think, is already quite strong against one of the, because this is like 40 or 50 players left, and I think I'm maybe 15 chips. Let's see if we don't show it in big blinds. Yeah, I have like 250,000, which is like 25 start stacks, and he has like 220,000. So I would say it's considerably already strong. And in his spot, I think he's like in this place where on the turn where he either has check calling hands like ace x, king queens checks, king 10, maybe even queen 10 as a check calling range, and it doesn't matter against which sizing. That's what I think. And or he has hands that he has to fold, also doesn't matter against which sizing. And with the specific hand of a7, I think from my experience, I think it's best to charge more against this imbalanced, I'm not sure if imbalanced is the right word, but like a range that is not that like either is check folding or is check calling, and we can just charge him more. How do you see that?
I think yeah, as you said, he has some ace-x, a lot of 10x, and some king queen and king check. But I think when you bet like pot or very big, he can fold very easily king queen, king check. But I think the idea of going for bigger sizing, because he's not folding 10x, is good idea. So
I think he might.
around
He's
70% looks really good.
Yeah, I think he's against small sizing. He's never folding a 10. Against the bigger sizing, he might fold, but he's never folding an ace, which I think he has a decently often checking here, and I think that's the most part of his range where we get the most EV from. So I go for, I think 70% is that, somewhere around, or 2/3 pot, and I hit.
How are you running, man?
It was nice, and I think I don't want to size it too big to give him the option to fold his weak aces, but reasonable big. I think I went for 80%. Not sure. Yeah. So that's spots where, like, yes, I could shove, for example, and I think it would be in theory the best play. But then he can start folding ace x with no kicker with some frequency, and even if I go for like pot compared to 80% pot, it feels a lot different for people. So yeah, and he had. I remember he snapped me, like I think it didn't even look at the sizing, which I think is a mistake
really
in his
hard to have
shoes.
bluffs. You have some
yeah.
backdoor flush draw floats, which turn some straight draws.
It's difficult. Like 9/8. Okay, maybe I have 9/8 in respect to flush draws, but
like check 9.
Yeah.
But
I think on the river, having a big sizing here doesn't make sense. Doesn't make that much sense. Either you shove to like get him to fold ace-x, but I said the range is so. Thank you to.
Yeah, you have so few hands.
Then that where he is so inelastic, and especially in the river, he's so ace-x heavy. Either you want to choose a sizing where he put the ace-x in a tough spot, or attack kings, queens, and checks. And I think going for a smaller sizing, I think there is the better play to make him fold out his kings and just give up, because he's so strong on the river. Like his worst hands are like maybe some 10x, but I think he mostly folding it, and then sometimes queens, checks, kings, which is also sometimes folding. So I think on the river, yeah, shoving is an option to make him fold this ace-x, but
I think it's too dangerous, because people don't like to fold in this spot.
Yeah, it's just never try to bluff people out of top pairs. That's a lesson.
Somebody just asked, do we have river bluff shoves?
Yeah, that's the thing. In theory, you should have. Like you have queen check. I think queen check is probably a nice hand to do that with, because you block his queen check, or even maybe check 9 with the backdoor flush draw is the best, because he's probably continuing to bet ace queen. So his most likely check calls are ace check and ace 9. So I think that's the best one. But then again, if they don't like against the river pot size or overbet shove, he should be folding some ace-x in theory. But a lot of people are just like, oh, what's George? Yeah, fuck it, I call. And I think we can exploit these kind of spots by having more of a, or just having pure value ranges and not trying to make really strong hands to fold. Against the regular, I think it's nice to have a bluffing range here, since he's unknown and it's a $55 tournament, which is a very big field. I would rather not take such a
The thing is, for recreational, he sees all the gut shots broadways, which you can play this way and shove the river, and there are so few value hands. He's thinking like ace 10, ace 7, 10 7, 5 7 with fives, which are only like very few hands, and compared to all the Broadway gut shots, he's thinking, I'm mostly good.
Which,
so it's very dangerous stuff there.
In his spot, I just would heavily overfold against that as well, because people just also don't have enough bluffs. Like if you don't start bluffing queen check or king check with the backdoor flush draws, and a lot of players are just checking back the turn thinking they have showdown value, then there's just hardly any bluffs left, and then you're just basically facing range. Yes, there are little combinations of ace 10, ace 7, fives, and 5-7 or 10-7, but there are also hardly any bluff combinations. And usually, if they face if I face a big sizing, I really tend to heavily overfold there. Okay, the next hand. Oh yeah, I remember this one. On the flop. I think a small sizing is fine. Call, blank on the turn. What do you do?
I mean, he has a shit ton of 7 and 8x gut shots, so I don't mind with the queen of diamonds to second barrel this with like 6 blinds. I think you get a lot of folds from 7 and 8x with which doesn't have like a backdoor flush draw. He has also a lot of gut shots. I think you get a lot of folds from them, so I would go for the second barrel.
Yeah, I had a very similar thought process that he would fold a lot of 7 and 8x. And I think we don't need to go that big with that stack to pot ratio. If you bet half pot, he still only has like 70% pot left on the river. I think I went for half pot or even less, 45%, which I think still, which I do with all my king 10 plus, maybe king check plus, and still have a lot of value hands that I want to play this way. And maybe if I play queen 10 this way, I'm over bluffing. So, but yeah, I think it's fine. Wojta is a really good player, and in spots like this, he's now check shoving the turn, which I didn't expect. But because I think he should have check raise with the most of his 2-pair combinations on the flop, and then he obviously have now turned some 2 pairs on the turn. But I think he should have it more as
I saw some plays like this a lot when guys defend with like backdoor flush draw and then just check jam the turn. So it's easy have some ace 2s, ace 4, ace 5, ace 6
with the flush draw. Yeah, I like it with the flush draw.
Called the flop and check jam the turn.
Yeah, it's a nice play with not flush draw or flush draw and gut shot or flush draw and straight draw. If he expects me to overbluff a little bit, which I am. But in general, I like to have my value hands in the check calling range and keep my opponent bluffing there. Because if his check raising is like 2 pairs, if his check raising is 2-pair combinations, then he's like really, really weak on the river. That would be a problem for him. But then again, we're not playing enough hands for me to exploit that, so it's really not that relevant. But yeah, I think,
Would you go for the bluff on the river? when there's like another.
No, that's like another spot where it's really inelastic again, where I expect him to fold his 7 and 8x on the turn already, and then his range is left with mostly king x, and I don't want to start bluffing off king x on that type of boards.
Because with this sizing, like 4 blinds, he's thinking he can call the turn with 8 and 7x, thinking he has still the outs for trips 2 pair, and you are.
I think it's. I think he should call 8x and 7x, but it's just tough, you know. It's tough to call 7 8x if I prepare a river shove, and he notices that he mostly is not gonna see the showdown without calling the shove on the river. So it's a spot where I kind of see him mixing it a little bit, but yeah, I think he should definitely defend more 8x and 7x. It really depends again how he perceives me and how active he perceives me. Against some players, it's mandatory call with the 8x, and because some players, it's just burning money. It really depends. So yeah, I think yeah, he got me there for sure. And then we doubled up our friend in the big blind. I think he had a nice ace king. Okay. We got him back a few hands later. Tschüss.
See ya.
Ace check. Okay. Raise and take it. Said I'm going through the hands before the final table rather quickly, and then start hand for hand on the final table. Easy reshove with the ace6, and I think it was a pretty nice hold against ace5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice to win these.
Nice to get the 2 cent free.
Muri said yes, it would be, for sure. And
if you would run like Mara, I would be #1 on all-time money list.
Yes. I think on the flop, I would check raise most of the time. Don't have to be big. Just have an advantage of ace. I think I even have almost the same equity as him on the flop, and ace high is just ace high flush draw is just a nice combination to start check raising against his check back range. If he's playing well, he should have a lot of aces, kings in this range, a lot of 7x. Sometimes a flush draw himself, and he should not have a high betting frequency, but most players do. So if he's checking back, he's mostly weak. And if it were blank, I think we can start betting big on the turn. Once we hit the absolute chin cut for our hand and our range, I think we should start betting as a bluff and with our value hands with a rather small sizing, because we just fold out extremely extreme parts of his range if we were to size up, and we don't even need to do that. So I think somewhere around 35% is fine, especially with our value hands, which I made a mistake here. I forgot that I misplayed that. That's for sure a bad sizing on the turn. I should go smaller. Yeah, and he folds. I think with a bluff, as an exploitative play, I think as a bluff, I think it's fine to have a little bit bigger sizing. But in theory, I think we should bet smaller, and with the nut flush draw, I think it's just a pretty heavy punt. But yeah, that was a bad one. Okay, tens. Looking on what we want to achieve with smiling stars. Yeah, I think with a small sizing this hand we achieve on the turn a whole lot. We fold all Broadway combinations without a heart out. We fold almost all ace combinations without a heart out as well. with a big sizing, he's probably continuing his King X and maybe Queen X of heart combinations. Probably all Queen X of heart combinations. His Jack X of hearts and 10X of hearts, I think he's c-betting the flop mostly with. So we're facing mostly King, Queen, and Ace high, flush draws on the turn. And then hands, of course, something like Ace 7 or King 7, hands like this, I think, still calling. But also as a bluff, I think going for small sizing is superior, depending on what we want to achieve. But I think going for small sizing is the better play. Roland, are you here? Roland? Okay. We lost Roland, boys. Trying to. Man overboard.
And overboard.
Oh, Roland, are you here?
No, it's Johannes here. I'm just trying to be the fire.
We lost one.
We lost one. Okay, then I guess we'll just continue until he comes back, right?
Okay.
You can text WhatsApp in the meantime. Cool. That's fine.
You want to stay with me, Johannes, in that time?
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm just going to replace him.
Perfect.
Trying not to get lost in the meantime.
Okay. Tens on the button. I think it's a similar spot to the ace-queen hand earlier, where Roland explained it nicely, where if it's a spot where we cannot really 3-bet call it off that well, I think it's fine to have even these strong of holdings to have it as a call preflop. What do you think?
I think it depends a little bit on the field size. In high stakes, I don't mind 3-bet getting it in because people have enough 4-bet bluff jams. In this like $55, no reads population, I really enjoy flatting it because people just don't have enough 4-bet jams, and therefore are extremely tight getting it in such scenarios, and therefore I think a flat is superior.
I think you explained it very well. Especially, I think showing the chip stakes is nice here because now we have 50 start stakes, which is around half of final table average. So it's probably somewhere around 26, 27 players left. And people are, like, if he's 4-bet ripping here, he has checks plus ace king. Roland's back.
Roland's back. We got him back on board.
Nice.
All right, then I was happy to drop some wise lines on the 10-10 overcall spot, and I'm gonna go out again.
All Cheers, right, Johannes.
Bye, guys. I'm gonna go back to the Einrad training, as Severino points out in the chat. All right.
Okay. Yeah, we're flatting the tens here. I think it's better to flat them. Yes, we gain a little bit of value by his calling the 3-bet range, but we also have to 3-bet, and I think we have to fold against the 4-bet jam, so that makes 10s 3-betting here ugly. Checks is a little bit more close, but
against when you 3-bet, you have to call it off, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just absolutely hate that. It's just such a spot where people, okay, you sometimes win the flip against ace king, but he's just never shoving nines, not for 45 big blinds in the marathon.
Against me, I would shove like ace 5 suited and 5s and 6s. And I see like living my dream, 3-betting me. But I agree with the call because people don't shove too wide there deep in the tournament.
And I think he barreled big, and against that, I think I can fold the turn already.
Yeah, the 10 of diamonds is very bad card in your hand because you block all the combo draws which he's choosing this size. So
Bogdan asked what hands we would start using as a 3-bet bluff. I think against I think what is this Undergun 2, we want to have a rather strong I think you pretty much nailed it. Ace 9 suited, Ace 5 suited, King 9 suited. There are like hands right off the edge that you don't want to just call, like King 10 suited on the button. I think it's totally fine to just call. King 9 suited, it's like a little bit more where it gets closer against the tight range. So it's a great candidate 3-bet bluff, and then Ace 5, Ace 9 suited. Ace 9 suited is probably strong enough to call, and then have hands like Ace 8, Ace 7 suited.
Yeah, I would also maybe from the offsuit part, Ace 10 offsuit is free betting hand here.
Even Ace Jack against undergun 2, maybe you can flat it, but it's also not that great of a flat. So
yeah, Ace Jack I would rather flat and free bet Ace 10 off, because when you get 4-bet, you have easiest forward and you can still.
Yeah. Johanna asked, what about Ace Deuce, Ace 5 offsuit? That's the thing where our 3-bet getting in range is, I would say, Ace King plus. Ace Queen is tough, maybe, probably not. But so Ace King plus, and Jacks is being close, and Queens. So we probably getting is Jacks half of the time. So we only have like what, 4% or 5% of hands that we want to get in. So we don't need that many combinations. If we start 3-bet getting in, 3-betting Ace Deuce or Ace 5 off to Ace 5 off combination, then we have so much broad of a spectrum. And the thing is, in this kind of spots, you still play a decent amount of time post-flop pots, and you want to have hands that still have playability post-flop and not only that blocker heavy. In a spot where it's way more polarized, like on a final table spot, it's way better to 3-bet these small offsuit ace-x combinations than a button against MP spot 50 big blinds deep, where it's way more post-flop play, and so we want to have more equity post-flop. And so, as I said, it's we don't need to have so many 3-bet bluffs at all. We can go a little wide with them if we think the opponent is overfolding, but in general we're 3-bet bluffing to balance our value hands, and then we can increase our 3-bet bluff if we think the players are folding too much. But I think it's important to have playability, so it's better to have suited ace-x instead of the offsuit. If you start 3-betting Ace Deuce suited, I think you have way more playability, and that makes it easier to play post-flop. Yeah, I think for much with that hand. That was an interesting one. I remember it. I would just let. What would you do pre-flop? What would you do Roland in that hand? Okay, I think we would play it pretty similar.
Yeah, just call. I would go for the check raise.
What sizing?
Sizing. I would go 6.5 blinds or 7 blinds. 6.5.
Maybe a little too small. But I think we're attacking with the check raise his hands. He's not folding a pair ever. So I think it's fine to have it a little smaller, the check raising sizing.
Yeah. Very easy continue with his backdoor flush draws to overs.
That's the thing where I okay, yeah, you're right. I think you're right. That's the thing I thought about. Okay, we're attacking with this sizing, queen 10 of diamonds, queen 10 of hearts, stuff like that.
Yeah,
but he's probably
always call check 10 of diamonds, check 10 of hearts.
So yeah, I think probably we need a little bigger sizing. True, agreed that there should have been a bigger one. The 6.
The 6 is, I think, not such a good card for us because I don't think we have a lot of 6x check raising. Maybe some 6-7, 6-5 with backdoor flush draws. I would check raise or 6-8, but there are so few combos. So, and he has more 6x. I think he's betting his strongest 6x and checks some back. So he has like a6, king 6. Also some 6x with also backdoors. I would prefer betting, and also all our 2-pair combinations are now fucked. So I would just check. It's not a
I agree. I made a pretty bad play on the turn, I think. Thinking about this spot a little bit more in depth and a little bit more detail and what we are accomplishing with different bet sizes. I think we have two options with the small sizing and the big sizing. I think with the small sizing, we have a decent candidate for that, where we targeting exactly hands like Queen 10 of hearts, Jack 10 of hearts,
makes a lot of sense.
10-8 of hearts. I think we're fine having a small sizing, and we also want to have a small sizing where we block most of his continue range, like 9-6, 6-3 type of hands that boat up on the turn. I think it's fine to bet small with the 7-5 there, but probably I would maybe prefer check, and then we want to have sometimes a big sizing, but for the big sizing I would rather have hands like 5-7 of diamonds, 7-8 of diamonds, or 10-8 or 10-7 of diamonds with way more equity than our double gut shot, which could already be drawing dead. My thought process was I put him in a tough spot with his 9x and if overpairs. However, perceived it's probably better to just give up this combination on the turn or go for a smaller sizing.
I think this small sizing makes a lot of sense, as you said, because of the fact the check raise on the flop was not so big. He has a lot of overcards with backdoors, so I'm actually more now a fan of a small sizing, like 1/3, where you get all those folds, then checking, because when you check,
True.
And you can also put the small sizing with your full houses, with your with your also with your 9-3 or something,
True.
or with your ace-9, which you also could raise. So I think it's even better than checking.
So I agree.
Like a high betting frequency with 1/3 or something.
So as we learned, Muri, it's better to run good than play good. I went for a big sizing, and it's better to play it this way with the big sizing when you know you hit the 8 on the river. So that's something to keep in mind. When you hit the river, size up the turn before that, because it's just easier. The player on the button has lower stack to pot ratio and is more likely to call it off with ace-9. So that's something to keep in mind. When you hit the straight on the river, you have to size up on the turn. So we busted this one. Easy.
So you would definitely check when the blank hits, because
it's just the spot where like
easy to call with overpair here, because you have so many bluffs and all your 2 pairs are fucked and your full house combos are decreased. So I would never bluff there.
I mean, if he's calling ace-9, I think he's calling almost his whole range. Like, okay, he has some 10-9 or some weaker 9x, but like, what else does he have? Like, okay, 7-8 of diamonds, which he might fold, but if he's hero calling with the 9x against 2 big sizing,
I think the 9x is better call than like an overpair, because you block all the full houses, like 9-6.
It's true, but
better call than like aces. Or kings.
I think it's against my big sizing, his range is very defined, and I have to give up on the river. So that's also why I don't like the big sizing on the turn. But yeah.
Would you shove river if the river is the 2 of spades? We would not shove the river because
No.
he will call. He has easy calls with over pairs and top pairs. Because we don't have so much value. There are only few full houses and there are a lot of draws. We check raise, so it's easy for him to think, there's so many draws.
Yeah.
So I just call with my ace-9 as he did.
But I think on the river in his spot, I think it's a fold. To be honest, people are just not bluffing enough on that.
But then you fold
doesn't matter. I think it's just hardly anyone ever has on this river a bluffing range. Like even my gut shots 10-7, 5-7 get there. And against the big sizing on the turn, in general, I'm a fan of overfolding, because like yes, you find sometimes some players pulling it through with the 5-4, but not that often. And even the 7-8 or 10-8 hit the pair on the river, which might slow down. If they don't start bluffing 10-8 or 10-7, you're just burning money with the call, with the bluff catch in this kind of spots. So I think for overfolding here on the river in his spot.
Maybe I have the 4-5 funniest bluffs.
Yeah. But would you value bet 9? Do you mean 9x on the river?
What?
Glenn asked if we would value bet. No. I would check the 9x on the turn already. Maybe for small sizing.
The ace-9 small betting range, as we discussed, would be very
agreed
advantage for us. Like 1/3 with our 9x, with our full houses, with our draws.
Yeah, I think a pimmer bet is it's a good 10%. Maybe not 10%, because I feel like we are inducing a lot with that. People are just like, if you bet so small, they're like, fuck this guy, he can never have it, and they just raise you, and it makes it. But like where they still can call down with like 20%. Movie pimmer bet is a small bet, really small bet. Well, like tiny, tiny bet. Okay, next that was I remember this one, and I was not happy about it. So it was 20 something left. At this point, I think I was chip leader. I open raised the button. I didn't know the play at this time as well. I think I want to have a big sizing on this board in general, and some checks. And I think to protect my checking range a lot, I think checking our queen 10 and down is a good strategy. And that's why I went for the check with the 10. How do you construct that with your range?
Yeah, I like the check, because with hands like ace queen or something, you can go for free streets when it's brick. And with queen 10 you can't do that, because you have the king queens and also maybe some ace queen, maybe not. So I like to check also some top pairs here to protect the checking range, because we have to check a lot in out of position there against this betting range.
He now go for the 2/3 pot sizing. It's obviously a very drawable board. You can have all the flush draws and straight draws. But I think we can start discounting some hands. I think, and also with the keeping in mind how the board runs out, because I remember it. I think he's specifically betting 2/3, which is like I think 4 big blinds, or did he type that in? Yeah, 4 big blinds, which is not half pot, which is a larger sizing. So I think he has like ace queen, king queen, queen check, set of 5s, then that's pretty much it for value hands, and then obviously is all the flush draws and straight draws. But I think he doesn't have queen 10, he doesn't have his ace check and king check hands.
Do you think he bets deuces, threes, fours with this sizing?
No, it was not a. It was a recreational, and I think recreational are just starting to check down this low pocket pairs. So now the check turns on the river, and he sizes down a little bit, which at this point I thought it makes a lot of sense with his ace queen, king queen combinations, and to be honest, also with his flushes, because I have so many flush draws, because I have so many check X in our range, that he cannot keep betting on the turn a lot. And I was like debating, but if I start checking queen X on the turn, then I think we cannot start folding there. Do we start donking check on the turn? Yeah, that's a good idea. I like it a lot. Sizing wise, I think we can go for half sizing.
What do you think about a donking range where you made like 40% and also put like queen 10 in there, so you have your checks and.
I think it's a really good candidate for that, especially because for the reason that he sized the flop so big, and therefore we can almost discount all of his check combinations.
Yeah,
he doesn't have. I think the only check that he has is like king. It's like queen check. If he's absolutely crazy, check 5 suited. Cannot discount that, and then he obviously has like fives. But other than that, I don't think he has any check with the 2/3. But we can never really discover, like, in theory. So yeah, I really like the turn lead. Maybe our hand is strong enough to put it in, but I probably rather put in. Yeah, not sure, to be honest. But I think putting queen 10 in. Putting queen in is a nice decision. And sizing wise, I think his sizing would be a perfect candidate for that. Somewhere around 40% pot is a good sizing. Once we check call, we have to check call. Once we check, we have to call the queen 10. And now it gets interesting. We now have full house. Yeah. So, and he bets almost pot. And I remember it usually should be just a snap call with the queen, because we just cannot fold. But it just felt so fishy in that moment, and that hangs for quite a while. And that's like in game, it's more difficult. Like if I think back about this hand now, I think it's a snap call. In game, I didn't remember the flop sizing. That's something where like you have 10 tables open and you don't really, because like that's like little things. If you have only a few tables open, then you can pick up these little things where you can discount all of the check combinations basically. So once you do that, you have a snap call, because he's always 3-betting queens plus, so you're always beating that. And basically the only combination that is beating you with is queen check, which are 2 queens and 1 check left, so 2 combinations. But yeah, what do you think, Roland?
You really fold, bro, man.
Huh?
You really fold?
No, I didn't, and he had queen check.
Wow.
So yeah, I didn't. I'm a fan of overfolding, but that would have been too clear. For Moore, it would have been a clear fold. Yeah, it's a tough one.
No, it's not a fold.
So, yeah.
Can't fold there.
Okay, raise and take it. king 3. Oh yeah, I remember that. In game, that's a spot where the queen is not nice for us, but if it would be a low card like a 4 or a deuce, I think we can start bluffing a lot, and it makes it's relevant what kind of hands we're bluffing, but I think it's even fine to have no equity bluffs like the king 3 here, because he's just always c-betting some kind of equity here. He's always c-betting over pairs. He's always c-betting nines. So if he's checking back, is a really, really condensed range of like ace 10, ace queen, ace king, ace jack, king queen combinations. So I was debating on the turn. The thing is, the queen pretty much hit his range really, really well. So I decided against it, and I rather would have bet a 10, always an 8 or 6, a 4, a 3, or a deuce. Against the queen, I think it's fine to just let this one go.
Yeah, of course.
And
on a 10, I wouldn't start bluffing this combo.
Yeah, 10 is tough. But the 8 and 6, I would love to start bluffing. But a queen. Yeah, and now it's the thing where it gets checked through, and he has ace king, ace jack combinations, and maybe something like 6s, maybe something like, maybe he's even checking 8s sometimes.
Yeah, the thing is, you bet a lot of 9x, 7x, queen x on the turn with a rather small sizing. I would do that. So you are a little bit capped because you don't have.
I'm absolutely capped because I'm leading all my 7x, 9x.
Yeah.
7x, but like also like hands like check 10, 8, 10. So I also don't have a 10. The thing is, it really is tough to figure that out in game, also for the opponent. And I know now that he's not a reg. I figured this out at this point. I think he's a recreational, and this thought process to coming to that conclusion that I don't have 10x, that I'm already betting my 9 and 7s and my queens, so I don't really have anything left on the river, is not that, as an exploit, not that relevant anymore. Because like from his perspective, he's like left, okay, I have like ace high now. There are so many possible hands that beat me, and I think these are spots where for the opponent it's really tough to make a hero call. So I think if we go here for a small sizing, we fold out a lot of hands where he could hero call if he figures out that thought process, but mostly he's not. So if we know the opponent and he's not a good regular, then I think we can start to bluff this kind of spots way over than the frequency that we should.
But did you know him, or was he a random?
No, after the hand, I think I shark scoped him, and then I noticed that he was.
So you went for the check?
No, I went for the bluff. I think with the sizing, it cannot really ever be that bad. And if we only fold like ace king, ace, because like he is like really often ace 10, ace jack, ace king. I think that's very, very specifically his range.
Ace 6 suited, ace 8 suited, ace 4 suited, ace.
Yeah, ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace. I think ace 6 and ace 8 he's mostly betting, but maybe not the.
I would really like to check those hands on the flop with ace 6, ace 8.
Me too. But I kind of see a lot of people betting here as well. So, but yeah, I agreed. He could still have this kind of hands, and I think with the small sizing we fold out exactly this hand, and I think it's very specifically ace X heavy, and not the queen is always betting, so we can discount king, queen, queen check, queen 10 kind of hands. And I think with the small sizing, I mean, we only have to win. We bet 18 to win 46, so we only have to win like 33% of the time. So, yeah.
There's a question. We lead or 7x, 9x on the flop. We meant to lead them on the turn, not on the flop.
Yeah, on the turn. I think for small sizing, I think it's fine to
check our whole range.
Yeah. And he hit the 10 on the river, which is pretty easy. But I think if it's the same spot and there's like ace 6, ace 7, ace check, I think we get the
We never know.
The fold down, but we will never know. So what was here? I think pretty easy overcall, and then let's just check fold. Ah, that was an interesting spot. Oh, I remember this. I remember that. Okay, in big blinds we have 68 and 65. We're 20 left. He opens the button to 2.1. I think I made a small, slightly a mistake here by 3-betting too small. The thing is, with 70 blinds deep, yes, we're 3-betting. Yes, we don't want to get it in, but we also are not getting in that often. So, like, if we make it like 8, he could still 4-bet to like whatever 22, and we can call the 4-bet, but we don't have to get it in pre-flop. So I think raising for value against this button range is necessary. Stacking off and maybe finding a crazy hero fold if he shoves it at this point. I don't know. I probably call it off, but I think there are merits for not taking this close of a spot if he's deciding to shove. But yeah, I think it's merits to both. What do you think, Roland?
Yeah, of course I go for the 3-bet here.
Do you think sizing-wise?
I think you said the sizing is not fine, but I think the sizing is totally fine. You go for a 4x, which is...
It's a little bit below 4x, like 3.8, and I think I would rather see it like 4.4 to 4.5, a little bit bigger.
Your sizing is 4x. I mean, I think it's totally fine.
Okay, he calls. On the flop, I think we have a range c-bet or almost range with that advantage that we have we can c-bet for small sizing. We're never really making a big mistake here by folding out his 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, queen 10 suited, which I may be calling, but like Jack 9 suited, 10-9 suited, ace 8 suited, which we are avoiding from getting bluffed on later as well. So I think small sizing here with most of our range makes sense. Some checking. I'd rather have ace of clubs in my hand to put the ace queen in my checking range. Yeah, that's how I would see the flop spot. Or you?
Most of my hands here just 1/3. You have too big of advantage. He has a lot of suited ace x, suited connectors where he just has to fold.
Yeah. And I think we don't even have to go for 1/3. I think even smaller is fine. I think somewhere around 20 to 25% accomplishes the same things.
Yeah, especially with the ace of diamonds, because then he has no backdoor floats with the ace.
The nut flush draw. Yeah. And we're also betting for value against all the ace x combinations, like ace jack, ace 10. And I think if we go a little bit bigger, we're already folding out the ace jack, ace 10 combinations without the backdoor flush draw. So if we go very small, I think we can keep them in and accomplish the same things against the hands that we wanted to accomplish too. So I think it was like 20, pretty much 20%. He called. The turn was a very interesting card. I think with both options, I think betting again for small sizing and checking are both fine. It's close between both. I kind of see people starting to bluff a lot in this kind of spots where it's like 3-bet pot out of position, you c-bet flop, and then you check turn. So I like check calling here a little bit better than betting small, because we're always getting called by the queen, and we're not sure if we get called by 8s or 9s on the turn anymore. So, and we have a little bit more clarity about his range after his decision. So, yeah, that was my thought process. Would you continue for a value bet the small sizing, Roland?
The thing is, you need really not much protection.
Yeah.
He has a lot of pockets, all the pockets from like every pocket, and would rather continue with like queen check, queen 10, where you need a little bit more protection. But I also like to check there.
So I'm checking the turn. He's checking it back. I think at this point he has a lot of. I think my perceived was that he should be betting mostly his king X on the turn for value, because my range is pretty declared here. I have some king X that I'm playing this way, but mostly it's becoming queen X and ace check and ace 10 heavy.
But I think you would bet ace jack, ace 10, right? Because you have so much folds from pockets.
True.
It's a lot of pockets.
Yeah, so we both check on the turn. River is pretty interesting. We get the check of diamonds. How would you approach the river?
So when he checks back the turn, he doesn't have so many king X. So has a lot of pockets, as I mentioned. So I would just go for a very tiny bet, like 4 blinds, 5 blinds.
I think we should go for a pinball bet, as Johannes would say.
Yeah.
I remember it, and I think I made it a little bit too big. But just tiny bit, little bit. I think we should choose a sizing where it's calling ace check and queen 10 and hands like this. And we also benefit a lot because he's not starting to raise. He's like king 10, king 9, king 8 on the river, which I think he should at some frequency, because it's very declaring how. Maybe it's too thin, but like king 10, I think it's a fine raise on the river. But we're avoiding, if we check and we check call, then he can choose a sizing with his king X, and I think he can go pretty big. Yeah, Muri said 10% would be too small, but I think I made it like 25% or 27%. 25, approximately 27, yeah. Or 20, I don't know. And I think I would rather like to see me betting like 5.5 big blinds or 6 big blinds. So it's a small difference. I think if you watch it at like chips, I would rather see me betting like 55K. But it really doesn't make that much difference. And he calls me often. He has the king 5 suited, which I think is a fold pre-flop. But yeah.
I mean, GTO wise, it's a call.
It's a call?
Yeah.
Yeah, but also GTO wise, I think I should free bet way more than receive. So against my free betting range there, I think it should be a little tighter. So king, queen.
You should even call king deuce suited GTO wise.
Well,
queen 6 suited.
Crushed me. I like to play, especially against the chip leader, rather passive approach in the small blind, so I go for the limp call, and I think hand plays itself. I could check call on the flop, and the turn it slows down, and on the river I have pretty easy value bet. I think a sizing where it's calling every 9, every 8, and sometimes even hero calling. So I think I was like 80% pot on the river. And unluckily, he did not find the call.
Yeah, like the 50 blinds deep, or how deep we are?
Back to big blinds, we start out with 45 blinds, 46 blinds.
Yeah, with 50 big blinds, I really like to just call with king 10, king jack, queen 10, queen jack, and raise more suited hands. Rather prefer raising suited hands. So
Murray's still getting the content from Hand for Hand, Gus Hansen, 2007, where he won the Aussie Million. Check 2 suited. I now realize that Smallband is a fun player. I was not aware. I was not aware of the big blind yet. I think he was a weak regular. I noted him later, but I think it's still fine too.
Yeah, open. I think
open it and flop is check back, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We have a high betting frequency against, but like the big blind, small blind has a stronger range, so we want to check back a little more, play more passively. And now, I think it was, I realized here that and he's checking it back, making it easy for us with the Queen 10. Okay. Now it's.
So it's this final 2, final 3 tables? Or?
It's final. It's like 20 left. I remember that. Yeah, it was. Do you defend against that? That was the question that I had with this hand.
Oh, yeah, I mean, GTO-wise, it's always a defend, but the thing is, do you think he's really rewarding that much?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
So I know, I like that you overfold in these spots.
I do. He's 3-betting 7% over 79 hands, so he's 3-betting nuts. But I'm 3-betting 4%, so I'm a sick-nit.
Yeah.
Wow. I think the stat why it came 3-betting only 4% came from the final table. Later on, I think maybe because I got to open raise so much, people played so passively, but still 4% is just a minute.
I mean, GTO-wise you should call, but I kind of like the fold, but because people in this tournament don't 3-bet bluff too much, so I think letting these high variance spots go, it's fine. I think you wouldn't get you don't get punished too heavy for that.
Similar spot, I think. Do you 3-bet or do you flat it?
I think I would prefer 3-betting King 9 suited and just flatting King 10 suited.
I flatted King 10 as well because he was a fun player and he's also a fun player. Against fun players, I think we
just 3-bet like King 9 suited, Ace 9 suited, Ace 8 suited, Ace 7 suited.
And I think we can 3-bet a little bit more linear just for value. Hands like Ace Jack suited, Ace Queen suited, and
I wouldn't 3-bet Ace Jack suited because it sucks to get jammed on.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if you get jammed on, you're first of all not getting 4-bet jammed on bluff that much. And you're still getting called by weaker hands. So there are merits for just betting, going linear for value and then overfolding against that range that he's 4-betting with. But yeah, I agree. I think calling here is fine. And then I think we get it squeezed on again. And I remember I felt a little owned in this because like it was back-to-back hands. So Muri, I promise you, it gets better again. I know I had a little downswing here and there, but I will keep running better. Okay, I think I made it a little. I think sizing is fine.
Yeah, sizing.
So, didn't get there, but wait for it, Muri. It's coming. Promise you. Okay, that was a close one. It's 18 left.
There's a money jump from 18 to 17, right?
No, it's not. It's exactly 18 left, but like somewhere around there. That's from what I recall. And yeah, I think we still have to call it off.
I think I just call, yeah.
And we are running back hot, or hot again, however we say that. So back to 50 blinds. See how many chips that is. 563k. Nice. Okay. Here, okay. I think that's the point where we started to run better. So c-bet 4. I think we don't have to go for such a small sizing, because I think with a little bit bigger sizing, we accomplish by folding out deuce x and some 8x already on the flop with like check 10, 10, 9, check 9 kind of hands. With this specific combination, I think somewhere around 40% is totally fine.
But do you think he will fold 8x and deuce x?
If we go for large sizing, he should fold on all his deuce x and consider folding his like 8x with no kicker. I think I would start folding 8-6 on the flop against 2/3 pot sizing on the flop. It's just you either are behind, or he has a hand like 10-9, check 9, flush draw kind of hand that he can't barrel you out. So I think it makes a lot of sense to start folding out 8-5 in spades kind of hands on the flop. But I think with this combination, I think going for a small sizing is fine. And then on the turn, I think in theory, we should have a large sizing, like a very large sizing. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, as you said, you should bet, also in theory, you should have 80% here a lot. Your straight draws, flush draws, with your ace x. But with ace check in with the flush draw, you don't want to fold out big flush draws. But like 100, 110, he might fold 6-7 suited where he.
Yeah, I thought I had the same thought process. I thought like if I have here a blank ace, a blank strong ace, I think going for bigger sizing is the play, because we benefit from folding out the flush draw and having him just call the queen. But with this specific holding, I think decreasing the sizing a little bit, and because like it also makes sense to bet a little bit smaller with just flush draws or just queen 10 to just fold out his 8x and his out of his own. Yeah, it's mostly 8x actually, which we would benefit there from a lot, because he's always calling a queen. So I went for a little smaller sizing with like 60% pot, but I think going for 80 or even 100% is probably the better play on the turn, but maybe with this specific combo.
With this specific holding, I really like it to size down.
Yeah. And he's folding, sadly. Sadly folding, but it's coming. I swear, oh, it's already there. Muri gotta watch this. So I raise.
Watch it, bro.
Geo is calling. We have 3 callers. And now this guy is
I know the hand. Yeah.
This guy is recreational. And I talked with Roland before already, which he's now squeezing up. And that's like kind of a spot where it's nice to 4-bet jam it, but we have like 50 blinds. I think it's totally fine to jam it. It's just such a great squeeze spot. But in general, I think a lot of players from the big blind are not 3-betting enough and not 3-bet squeezing enough to really make it that of an attractive play to play back with 10s here. And I think we can still call. Played post flop. That was my thought process in game. Yeah, his squeezing range. I mean, he can squeeze hands like queen check suited, king check suited, check 10 suited, maybe ace 10 suited. Hands like hands that are blocking our reshuffling range, or like especially my reshuffling range, because the other two are basically dead money for him. So I think that makes a lot of sense. He can squeeze a lot there, but as I said, I think most people tend to just call this kind of hands, and once they tend to call this kind of hands, they kind of become very value heavy, and against that kind of range where it's like probably stacking off, it's probably even stacking off ace queen with that dynamic, and it's just if I get off against ace queen plus and checks plus, and then I fold out his other bluffs, but I don't think he's having that many of that. So that was my thought process, but I know you have a different opinion there, Role.
Yeah, I mean, I would always jam this hand.
Yeah,
because you profit a lot from folding out his squeezes with overcards, and there's already 215 in the pot, and even against ace king, ace queen, you have 40, 60, and there's just too much money. And as we see in this hand, when you call, other players behind you call, and it's really tough to play this hand multi-way, even when you don't hit your set. And so there's so much money in there, I just would jam.
Yeah. But also, there's also one thing that we need to consider in this hand. You just gotta give the players behind it the opportunity to call, because it's really nice if you have a pair to have as many people as possible in the pot, because you flop a set, and then it's better to have as many people as possible in the hand. That's a reason why it was great to call the tens here, to give everyone the opportunity to run into my set. So that's that. So he's checking. He's checking his big blind again, and I think on the flop, with such a hammerlock on that hand, yes, Bernardo has some check, queen check, king check suited combinations that he, or like checks, tens, checks, queens and kings, that we give a free card that he can hit on the turn, where we could bust out. But I think with this small stack to pot ratio, and Boom Boom being very ace X heavy with his range, I think it's fine to have it as a trap and just start stacking off with an SPR of 1 on the turn. Yeah. So check back, and now Boom Boom has an idea. He shoves the turn. Bernardo's folding, and he's dead. So
there was a question I missed out. So you read a size 50k there, Roland. I think he's referring to the ace jack hand. So on the turn, I would prefer betting 50-60% rather than with other ace X hands where I bet 80-90. So it would be like 70k, not 50k is a little bit too.
Yeah.
Yes, I would bet 70-80k.
Yeah.
And with my other aces, 110 or something.
So yeah. So also keep in mind, as once again, if you know you hit the set on the flop, try to get as much money in from as many people as possible. So that's a very, very important concept. After that, I think I was 5th in chips, and of course now these spots become very. We can become way looser in spots like this. I would even start opening hands that are way out of the. I was probably like somewhere around 70% on the button here. So, because like it's final 2 tables, and they probably have to be rather tight. Start becoming rather tight. Okay, aces. I 3-bet it a little small, but I think it's fine. A little below 3x.
I think that's too small. You're how many blinds deep? 80 blinds?
80 blinds deep, yeah.
So,
I agree. I felt a little small in the pre-flop. We are 80 blinds deep. We should 3-bet a little bigger.
6.5 or 7.
Yeah, in general, I would. I think it's actually something that I remember when I played a session with Feder and 3-bet king 3x, and he asked me why I sized it so big, and I was like, I don't know, it's like normal 3-bet sizing. And then he's like, well, yeah, but you have kings. And
how deep was this spot?
I don't remember. It was, and then I realized, like, yeah, it just doesn't matter what the theory is if we are playing against an opponent that we're probably not playing again in a similar spot, and we just don't want him to fold out that many hands that he's otherwise calling. So that's a point that I think that's one of the things that makes Feder so incredibly good. So making these small adjustments and knowing about these little details and being fine with making plays that are not the norm. So I see that smaller in general, I would probably make it like 3.1 or 3.2x. It's a little to give him a little bit of a better price with my top of him range. It's just obviously not how you should approach spots, but sometimes it makes sense. I think we have here a bigger sizing because we both don't have 8x. He has flopped the full house with his 6s sometimes. However, these are very little combinations compared to his range. And I have sometimes ace 8 suited as a bluff. But besides that, I think we both have, it's a very not changing the equities too much, this board. So I think I can go for a little bit bigger sizing. 40% pot I think is totally fine. I think you can go even a little bit bigger to charge his overpairs. What do you think, Roland?
Yeah, of course we're betting range here.
Yeah.
And due to the fact that board is paired and he has so fewer set combinations, you can go a little bit bigger, but it's not a big difference from 30% to 40%.
Yeah. And turn is a great card which eliminates his full house combinations even further. Yeah. So I think I can start betting bigger here. Half pot I think is fine. I've probably even like a little bit bigger, but I don't want to size it up to a point where he's folding his ace X. I think with a half pot sizing, he's still calling his ace queen, ace check combinations. And yeah, that was my thought process in that time, where he's always calling his overpairs, doesn't matter what size I use. Maybe if I go really big, he might find a hero fold. So I want to keep that in mind. But yeah, besides that, I think sizing that half pot I think is fair. And great river. And yeah, I think having here is almost pot left. I think if we shove, we give him the opportunity to fold his 10s, checks. Sometimes he's never calling ace X anyway, so he's mostly calling 9s, 10s, and checks, and I think his range is really condensed around that. And he also has like 2 combinations of quads each, so or like 2 quads, so he could beat us there, which not that relevant, but still possible. But other than that, he has all the 9s, 10s, checks, maybe even queens combinations, which he's calling parts of it. So I think that's also one thing deep in the tournament. Online, it applies a little bit depending on what kind of tournament, what stage of the tournament. but especially live, and I realized that like you can, if you put people all in, and where it's like, especially in live tournaments, it is they have a really hard time calling it off and find extreme hero folds, which can be exploited by either bluffing a shit ton or sizing down with your value bets to a sizing where they still have to call a decent amount, but are not busted if they call. And that's especially against recreationals. I think this can be a really effective exploit where you don't want to put them into the maximum pressure spot, and have them be comfortable with the situation after they call down and lose, which leads then to more to lighter calls from which we benefit again. So I choose a sizing of 2/3 for the similar reasons. And I think, yeah, depending on who the opponent is, yeah, probably doesn't make that much big of a difference against the regular, maybe even overfolding against the smaller sizing, because it's more value heavy. But then again, I didn't know the player at that time, and I assumed he is a yeah, at least not known to me regular. So yeah, and he folded, but rather quickly, and I assume if he's folding quickly, he doesn't have a set. And I think that's that's where we can start now with the final table hands. Real quick. Yeah. No tag. Yes. Okay, these are now the hands leading up to the final table. And the next hand that we're gonna show is.
I put in first.
Oh, that's the final hand.
Right.
Final hand and the first hand of, I think that's 10 left. Was same, both ace king suited.
Fine land first hand with ace king suited in spades.
That was the hand that I posted also in the channel. Where I really wasn't sure about it. Is 10 left. From like 18 left to 10 left, nothing really happened. I had between 1.4 and 1.6 million. Start the hand with, he's very clear chip leader. I think I'm in 4th position, and we have a lot of stacks between 2 and 800k. And he's like 6th position, and he's similar to that. So that was the spot where I spoiled it, but it's I think it's fine in this tournament. This chip winner pays bubble second. However, I think it's it's just such a spot where it just sucks to get it in, but I think you kind of have to. But I think it's also fine to just call it prefer. What do you think, Roland?
Versus cutoff, I always free bet here.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually always free bet as well. I think the assumption that I made is that, or I know that what it is, he's playing extremely honest against it. He knows that I'm regular. I know him also personally. He's probably the best player left in the field. It sucks to play a big pot against him out of position, even with such a strong holding, because I have to play it rather passively, and I'm in such a great position where if we make it to the final table, if we don't switch tables, I stay in position to the chip leader, and all other players are really easy to play against. And due to the ICM pressure that we both have, we kind of have to play it passively. So yeah, I think I'm really still torn, but I think ace king suited is, both options are fine. I think the EV difference is not that huge against a good opponent.
So one question is ICM important here? Was a question from the chat.
Yes, it's not final table yet, but it's 10 left. But ICM does not only apply on the final table. ICM applies here that we have a risk premium, which means for every dollar that we or every chip that we put in, we have to have more equity than GPV wise, which means if someone shoves, we have to have a risk premium on that. So that means we have to have more equity against the shoving range, but it doesn't only apply against all-in situations, but it all applies starting from pre-flop, starting from every c-bet, every value bet, every call that we make, we have to have more equity than usual. So that obviously goes both ways. If the opponent is aware of it, he can bluff more. But he also cannot bluff too much, because the same thing applies to the opponent as well as it applies to us. So what it leads to in general, and as you can see it in most of the final table reviews on YouTube of the high stakes tables, it leads to a pretty passive play. So it leads to a lot of small sizings, it leads to a lot of checking, a lot of check calling instead of the aggressive lines. And if you have both options available, it usually tends to rather go with the more passive line, because you benefit from playing more passively. So that applies in the same spot. In a GPV, it would be a 3-bet getting in all day long. 10 left at a rather at a very tough, very soft final table. I think there are merits of just playing it passively. So that's what I elected to do. Still not 100% sure about it. Probably if it's and the thing is, if it's a tough final table, I would rather take this marginals. It's like not that much, but like you're not crazy printing with the 3-bet getting in over at defend, I believe. But Johannes says we're printing, yes. But I think that's where I was too passive. I decided to play that hand with a call pre-flop, and I think it plays itself. He goes up with the big sizing on the flop. Since he's not expecting us to have ace king here, we have to call it down. Pretty much any run out. 9 on the turn gets a little interesting, because you need to, because now he has all the queen 10 combinations that make a straight now, and all 2-pair combinations, which he probably doesn't size up that big. And he's continuing with a large sizing. And Muri, last one, that one's for you. Hit the spade on the river, of course, makes it easy. I was debating both, but I think against large sizing, against the large sizing, I think, I think checking the river is. I think we should not really have that much of a leading range. What do you think, Holly?
Yeah, I agree. We don't want to have leading range here. He has still all the full houses, kings, jacks.
Yeah.
So, and he also has the flushes.
Yeah.
I don't want to lead here.
Yeah. And he checks back. And he has aces. So that was a lucky one.
You would have get everything when you 3-bet, you know?
Yeah. But I wouldn't have, because apparently that's what I heard. PokerStars has is like that's. You never know how they play the bots, but from what I heard, the theory is that like it changes every second, and so like every second later that you click on it, it changes the outcome.
Really?
So that's what I heard. So I've heard a few racks doing like waiting to hit the right timing on putting the call.
Wow, never heard about that one.
Yeah, but I checked and I won that.
So
I think that was the
comment. Don't know if others want to continue another 2 hours with reviewing today.
I think he's referring to his I think he talked with Johannes about his review. So, but yeah, if you like, I'm don't have anything to do. Of course, anyone is free to join. Do you want, if you want to continue, Oli, I'm happy to go through the final table.
Yeah, I want to see what you did.
Okay, so. I can spoil a little bit. It was really nice. It was a good final table. Here I think we have only a limping range against second in chips. I think at this point it was third in chips. So yeah, we checked it through. I'm not that happy about his play. I think at some point he might start bluffing his check high. He's never really having showdown value.
I think it's fine. He has so many other weak hands, check highs.
It's true. It's true. But it's like you just never basically, yeah, it's just hardly ever winning with check high. So I think it would be fine.
Every hand, yeah. I mean,
so now we also have all we've now all the hands, so we click through the ones that I repip. This is the guy. I posted a few hands. That's the guy that was extreme chip lead and punted it off later on heavily. So I just go through the ones that I probably repip. And okay, this was an interesting one. That was the first hand on the final table. These two players are not there yet. And he opens the button out of 33 big blinds. And I elect to call against this open. And I prepared on ICMizer if we could reshuffle. So we are in the big blind. And let's run it through. We can reshove ace-3 suited and make $15 profitably. So I believe it would be a better reshove than a call. Okay, I need to charge my computer in a second. As you can see, I just put in all the stack sizes, all the payouts, and then gave him a button. Oh, I didn't put in a button range yet, but I can edit it. So if I give him this button range, I think that's too loose, too tight. I think he's raising way more. I think he's probably opening something like that, exploitatively, I think. What do you think? I think it's any ace that's suited. Maybe this not so much. But, and then as you see, if we give him this kind of range on the button.
What is his calling range?
His calling range?
Yeah.
Tens plus ace king. Probably.
Look at the ICMizer.
Yeah, he's estimating it. Yeah, tens plus ace king.
But do you think your recommendation just doesn't be aware of ICM and just calls with ace king, ace queen, and then it's really bad?
That was the problem that I had with the reshove. That, but still, like he's that's the thing. I think that he's calling ace queen suited. So yeah, we can shove any two if he's calling that. But if he's calling, let's say, sevens, I just think he's probably folding seven. But like I can see him calling eights, to be honest. I would say that's probably his calling range in this spot. Because I've seen him punt before late at that hand, so I think that would be his calling range. So, but still we can reach. Oh, interesting. So as you can see, it really, really depends on how far he calls off. If he's calling so much, like so much means eights plus and ace queen, we have to be very tight in the spot with like because we don't fold out so many hands anymore. And if we get called, we are in a really bad situation. But if he's calling the hands that he should be calling, let's give him a edit the range to like.
You need to unlock the
range.
You need to unlock it so you can itemize again. No.
Didn't I do it?
Put the tick on the lock away from the calling range.
I think I did that now. I think now it's tens plus his king. Now I relocked it to tens plus his king.
Yeah, but and lock it so you can itemize again your shoving range and calling range.
I think it's locked. No?
Yeah, when you unlock it, you can calculate both ranges the same.
Okay.
A Nash equilibrium. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's his calling range sevens plus, but I want to know I want to show the difference between if he's calling correctly and if he's calling too loose. And if he's calling too loose, which I show, if he's calling correctly, then he's probably calling something like that, maybe nines. And against that range, I can reshove extremely wide. And the effect is that, okay, now we know he should be calling ace king nines plus. But if he's calling ace queen suited, eights, maybe sevens, maybe even ace jack suited, then from 48% that we can reshove, so ace three would be easy reshove, we suddenly have to reshove extremely tight. So that's a huge difference. So it really depends on who the player is. Yeah, and who we are playing against. That's the big takeaway there. So,
I would also always call there because you have the ICM pressure on him and he has to check a lot, so you can realize your equity is so easy.
Yeah.
Because it goes so often check and you can put pressure on him. So
true. So easy call on the flop, and then he continues to barrel with the big sizing. I think he should not have that sizing on the turn. But
he can go polarize with his strongest and his weak hands.
But still, like he can go for 60 and has the same effect, I think. Because like if he's betting that big, he is, it's probably fine with very top of his range. But he's folding out like I'm folding out probably like king 10 even on the turn, king check.
Yes, so he can also do it with his strong draws. So he's
true. Okay, so now that's the final table. That is the from what I remember, Manza is a regular. He is a regular, but played really poorly. He is a fun player. I think he's a regular from what I remember. He's special. He did crazy things. Lucky bet, I don't remember. Guillermo Gonzalez is a regular, but didn't play that great. And Showdown, I think, was a regular as well. So I think, let's just go for the hands that we pipped. There was really so much raising without any resistance. I think in this spot against the small blind call with a reshove stack in the big blind, we don't have to go crazy here and see bet a lot because this range is so condensed. And I think I went for just give it up, and we don't have to go too loose in this kind of spots. And just go down with our c-bet frequency, especially because we have such a loose range.
Yeah, I agree. And you're also checking a lot of check X, ace X, big ace X because of the ICM pressure from passive play.
Yeah. think that's the first hand that I played. Raise and take it. Okay, I'm gonna get the charger. Be back in a minute. Don't want the computer to crash. Maybe you can tell a story poorly. Okay.
No, I go to the toilet. See you guys soon. So I'm back. So if you have any question, you can just ask anything. We are waiting for Mario to get his charger. Planning the grind today. I'm not too sure. I think so. I grind the last days every day. So probably to 80% I grind today. Yeah. Well, my favorite site actually is Win Today. It's the site I became big. I grew. It's an Austrian-Finland site, very small, but there's few cool tournaments and a lot of recreational players. So Win Today is my favorite. Another good site I recently discovered is ACR, American Card Room. There are a lot of players from the States, so and they have also very nice tournaments, sometimes even overlay. Like yesterday, there was a $66 tournament with 60K guarantee, and it had 850 players, so it was overplay. I also play a lot on Party. Yeah, Parties. I think the player pool is yeah, a little bit better than on ACR or like Win Today, but there are still very nice tournaments there, and enjoy playing on Party. Can you explain the right time to click on PokerStars? Never heard of this. I also heard the first time about this, that you that the randomizer is also considering the time you click. So I have no idea. Mario, can you change again to blinds? Big blinds? Mario. I think you can change on Party to the stack size into big blinds. So Mario seems to have connection issues. What do you mean with where are you based out of? I don't understand. Things like we are losing Mario. Yeah, we are from Austria. Pavel, it looks like a Russian name. I don't know. Where do you come from? Yeah, you said it before. Yeah. So you don't have the option to change it to the stack size to big blinds on party. I think that's. I don't think that something like this is a client thing for players from different regions. I don't think so. But I have no idea. You have to use party poker. Okay. That maybe you are right. I have no idea. So do you play only with another Czech players or also with the players from Stars.eu? What do you mean we've got different rules? I mean, the poker rules are all the same. It seems like Mario is only in the chat, but not speaking anymore. I have no idea how I could. Wait, what? You're waiting for 50% of GTD money must be in, and then you are. So GTD guarantee money, I guess, must be in, and then you are able to register into the tournament issue with licensing. Okay, I've never heard about this. So, but when everybody has to wait for 50% in the guarantee money, then nobody can enter, or I don't understand, or only the Czech players. Oh yeah, interesting. Can you name the first page you are currently playing on? I mean, I play on 5 different sites. Win Today, then Party Poker, PokerStars, ACR, and GG Poker. See you in Vienna soon. You want to live in Vienna, or what do you want to do in Vienna? you want to move to Vienna, become an Austrian. It seems like a great idea. Very likely because of tax issues. How are the taxes in your country, in Czech Republic? So when you win like 40K in 1 year, you don't have to pay taxes. Wow, 40K, this is like 3K a month. So you don't have to pay when you earn 3K a month, you don't have to pay taxes. Wow. And what if you have a normal job and earn 30K? 40K, you also have to pay no taxes. Or only poker-wise? But also in a normal job, when you're like doing something else or only in poker. It's a special law. Wow. So the state, I think in Austria it's like 12K euros. You don't have to be taxed, and everything above you have to pay taxes. I mean, looks tempting. You have grinding flat. Currently, I still live at home. I save a lot of money there, and when I travel and play poker, I don't have to pay for a flat or anything. Do we get Mario back again? Oh, here it is. Nice haircut.
Thanks. Okay, I moved to the garden now, and I didn't make it in time, so my computer crashed or lost battery. Okay, I share my screen again. Okay. Cool. Perfect. I think we left off here.
We're back in the grind.
Yeah, at this point, I didn't know how they played yet. If I knew it now, how all played, very passively, he's the only that could make some plays, but he's VPipping it properly, but he's in a really bad situation to VPip. Button and Bigman were extremely tight, so I would raise it now as an expert, because I know these two don't play back, and these are very tight. So I think I could, and all these three players have to be honest. So I think it's fine to. It would have been fine to open, but of course I didn't know that was always
opening into the chip leader. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't know how to play that time. You can see it later in the tournament. He didn't defend anything, and he didn't open raise. So he was, even though he was runaway chip leader, he didn't play any hands, and I raised almost every time that he was in the big blind, short-handed. But knowing that now, I would have preferred to be pipped that hand. So let's see. He open shoves, easy fold with ace-9. Interesting. I really like the just call from Manze here. He has ace-queen. He can still fold against more action behind him, because then he's always dominated. What do you think, Roland? I think it's otherwise like it's probably
in the pot, right?
Yeah, but if it goes like call and reshove, then he could still fold, or reshove and call, then I think he can still fold ace queen there.
Yeah, but that's like 0.
I mean the last
when both players behind are like also committing, then you can
but
fold.
From both options, it pretty much has the same effect if he's calling or reshuffling. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, then there's still an option left when you get.
He open shoved, and I think he busted this hand. Yep. GG. Okay,
See you later.
I don't remember what I did.
I think flatting is fine because you have to play passive against each other. He hasn't such a big lead where he can like put a lot of pressure on you. So you play passive post flop and you can realize your equity.
Yeah. I think at this point, I didn't know him yet. He was unknown. He didn't have stats on Sharkscope, and he was German, so I figured he was decent. And knowing he was decent, sound is bad. Is it? Yeah, okay.
I think it's your general voice which sounds bad.
Okay, I speak into my shirt. Is it better now? Cool. Yeah, that's the decision why I thought that I don't really want to have a flatting range. I want to have a wide flatting range against the one of the two stacks that cover me. That makes it difficult.
Yeah, but King Jack suited is such a good hand. You have to play passive. He has to play passive also on post flop.
Yeah. So. I agree. I think it's against a good player I would fold, because and if I have good players behind
even against a good player, he knows he has to be passive and tracking a lot.
But then I would rather have that as a 3-bet bluffing hand, and not weep it in pots like this by flatting, and rather by him knowing, okay, I have ICM pressure, so I shouldn't 3-bet that much, and 3-bet more in these spots. It's very interesting. Ole,
but King Jack suited is way too good to 3-bet here, I think.
I don't think so. No, it's like I elected to fold, which may be a little bit too tight, but I think it's a great candidate to 3-bet in this scenario. The thing is that I don't like about it is I block his folding range, but yeah, by 3-bet I think he's folding hands up to ace queen here, because I should be so tight, and he knows that probably. So, but yeah, I elected to fold. Flat is fine. I think if players behind me are passive, if they're good and aggressive, I prefer fold. At this point, I didn't know how to approach the table yet. So I made the fold. This was an interesting hand. I sent it over to you. Knowing that how passive the table is, I would have just raised. Here I'd like it to limp, because I think it has similar effects than raising. All players behind me playing pretty honest. I can still limp call and realize my equity this way, but I would have to open and probably fold against the 3-bet. So yeah, I think limping is fine there, and goes through to the big blind, and I go for, I think I'm betting a lot for small sizing here. And then we check it down, and I win against pocket sixes. That was nice.
Yeah,
what do you think, Roland?
I really like the limp against the big stack against the chip leader, because he is defending anyway 70-60%.
Yeah.
So in this way you decrease the pot size, which means the ICM is decreased.
Yeah, that was my
ICM pressure decreased.
okay. Got a walk with ace king. That's first where like I think he should VP 100% of hands. Basically don't have a folding range at all. That was the first sign that he was not loose enough. And he always 3x'd when he entered the pot. Yeah, started to raise, and he played back at me quite a lot. So he was the only player that put me into tough situations. Threes. Okay, easy fold. Check 4. Okay. Didn't go crazy yet. We'll get at some point. So if Muri were here, he would have loved this hand and hold against ace king. So right now it changes obviously the dynamic a lot. I'm very clear second in chips now. And I can put extreme pressure on Geo, Marianko, and Bernardo and also Showdown. And since I've positioned on the chip leader, who's very passive, I can basically control most of the action at this point and loosen up my range a lot if the chip blind is folding. So I did that, and I think I continue for a small sizing here. Get a walk.
Yeah, with 100 big blind deep, it's limping again here is not too much difference. You're so deep, it makes sense to raise.
I think I can be extremely loose in spots where it gets folded to me, and I think these are the one spots where I don't want to participate too much. Where
did you fold? I didn't.
Ace 9 off.
Oh yeah.
Where I want to be more careful, play less pots, especially not big pots. And since he's making a 3x, I automatically already play a big pot against him. And these are the spots that I want to avoid, because otherwise I can really run over the table. I don't want to lose my position there, and don't want to make a marginal call against a range where I don't know yet how tight it is with the 3x. So I liked it. I like the fold with ace 9.
Starting to play ace 10 offsuit. Plays way better.
And I can also, on the button, sizing up here, I think makes a lot of sense, because he has to defend way tighter, especially with the short stick here. And in general, I can track more folds as well. What do you think about sizing it up?
Yeah, I agree, because it makes actually a huge difference when you look at it, which he has to fold more hands, and then the pot is bigger and the ICM pressure is bigger for them.
Yeah. King 7. I don't like the fold. I should raise it here.
This hand, I think.
Definitely missed that one. Should have raised. Deuce. Yeah. And just 3-betting the small blind. Got fold. Check 3. I'm not gonna play either. Queens. Yeah. See, getting small. Turn is close. I think he's folding the deuce X against the c-bet on the turn, probably, so I don't extract value there. Maybe he's even folding some 6x, so I'm mostly betting to flush draws and king X. Because of that, I think it's pretty clear check on the turn. That would be my approach. How do you see that rolling?
Against this sizing, I think he's calling any 2-6.
Yeah. No, I mean, he is, but like on the turn, if I continue betting, that was my. He's calling any pair, any equity on the flop, I think.
I mean, you deny a little bit of equity when you bet, and he's folding his 2-6, 6x, and get some value from this 2-6, 6x with a flush draw. So, and you get, I think, a free showdown when you bet again like small. I would think, and you get also calls from 7s, 8s, maybe.
Yeah.
So like 100, and you can get the free
And I also
showdown.
made it 2.6x pre-flop, so he's folding some of the offsuit king x combinations. But I prefer a check back a little bit bigger, a little bit better compared to the bet. I think it's both. If you go for like very small sizing, but then again, I think it's better to check instead of having a small sizing here with the queens. So I like it to check back, and he bluffed the river, which I don't mind. But yeah,
it's a very, very loose call on the flop.
I don't like the flop call. That it's just a spot where you don't want to have such a wide flatting range. Okay, he open shaft. That once again, I should raise king 5 here.
I'm not sure. King 5 is a little bit too loose. King 5 all.
Then again, he has 10 big blinds. They are both in the coffin. They can't really do much. He has to play very honest as well. And Bernardo is also in the big pressure against me, so I don't mind opening extremely loose.
Yeah, I mean king 8. Oh yeah, but king 5. Yeah.
Yeah, against the big blind, who can defend more, doesn't have ICM pressure, I'm fine with folding 9-6. If it were one position earlier, everyone, then I would like to see myself raise. Yeah, that's a big chip leader. I don't want to open. Get a walk. Open shove. It's limping, interesting. 3xing again. Again. Yeah, now I like it. I like it a lot.
I don't like it too much with 3-5 offsuit. I don't like it.
It's 3-5 suited, but
in the low jack opening range from 60%, I don't like it.
What do you mean? Low check up. It's 3-5 suited, and I like to go in this kind of spot. Like these players cannot really play back too much. You know, they have to play very honest.
Yeah, but the big blind can so easy how to say call and realize his equity with 15 blinds and no ICM pressure, basically.
That's true. Yeah, maybe it's a little too loose.
I mean, when you open 3-5 suited, your opening range is above 50%.
Yeah. Okay. Check call flop, and then I think he bets the turn again. What do you think pre-flop? Do you like to limp it, or do you prefer something else?
This is a hand. I think limping is totally fine. We would just raise 7-6 offsuit and those offsuit connectors because of the ICM pressure you have, but 7-5 off a little bit too big to do that with.
Now I start raising king 8.
I like it.
Go for a small sizing on the flop. Queen 9. Everyone folds.
Your final table is so easy. I had a similar position. I was second in chips, and the big chip leader was to my right, but the big chip leader was playing really, really, really good.
Okay.
He opened so many hands and made really good free bets, and I couldn't play all these opens.
Yeah, it's such a huge difference. And I started to raise.
Yeah, I like this a lot to raise.
Yeah, because it's too weak to limp call, and it's fine if we get 3-bet and with playability post flop. I think I learned that from you to use these kind of combos.
Yeah, I like that 6-3 suited, 5-3 suited, 4-5 suited.
There comes a lot of spots against him, blind versus blind, where I mixed my strategy a little bit between raising and limping, and there came some very interesting spots. This 5, raise and take it again. There were so many raise and take it.
Oh, I'm jealous. I had those spots because of my big stack.
Yeah, it was an interesting hand. What do you like to do here? That's the first time he min raised. That's what I realized. So I first thought that was a sign of weakness. Yeah.
I think you are 100 big blinds deep. He seems very passive. I would just call and realize my equity. I don't want to free bet this pot and make the pot bigger with ace jack off, where you can just play in position and realize your equity against this player.
Flop is extremely easy, just call. Turn is very easy, just call. River brings the back the flush draw, and now it's a tough one. I'm gonna get a pullover, and you're gonna explain your thought process.
So, I mean, I would just fold. The reason when you call and lose, you are like tied with the other guys. You lose a lot of pressure on them, and you don't have, maybe with ace jack, with the ace and hearts, you could find a call, because it's a very relevant blocker, and he has like jacks, tens, and flushes, of course. He's not betting his overpairs, I think, this sizing. I mean, when he bluffs, I know the other hand you showed me with the ace deuce, which we later come to. So he is the guy which overbluffs in these spots with king queen, every king queen, maybe a lot of all the busted flush draws. But with the stack sizes, you just have to fold, I guess. Maybe with the ace of hearts, you just call it because of the good blocker, and he doesn't have many flushes then with the ace of hearts, and there are so many bluffs then. So
I think it's a spot where, yes, I can bluff catch sometimes, but overall, yes, he can have bluffs, of course. He can also have natural bluffs, of course. But it's such a huge difference between 2.7 and 1.7 million on this final table.
Yeah.
And losing the pot hurts me extreme. Is super, super important to keep that. And we now realize that he's passive, so we can still be the table captain, even if we have only half of his chips. But if we only have like 25% of his chips, it's just too close of a spot. And we have checks, we have tens, we have ace, ace check, king check, queen check of hearts, which we can just call. And we're already totally
you
fine.
also have tens and jacks.
Yeah, tens and jacks as a full house, and I think that's fine to only have this combination.
Maybe ace jack with the ace and hearts.
Yeah, I liked it.
Of his flushes
to fold, and the position didn't change that much, and I think we made some EV there by folding. So yeah, there are some hands. The open shove, go through. It's too short to open.
Yeah.
Not super short stack. Fold again. Fold again. There was an open. I remember this one. And I think we only have one option to turn.
Yeah.
And I really like his play. He has aces. And I hit the river.
Yeah. Wow.
That was a lucky one, but I love his call with aces. Yeah, pretty standard this hand. Check 3, fold against him. Don't remember this one. Yeah, I think it's fine to 3-bet it, but I also think it's fine to call.
I prefer calling. I don't want to bet this good of a hand.
Yeah, I like it too. And we just give it up to big blind. At this point, the big blind has the strongest range if he decides to bet, so he can have it, take it. Raise, I would call off the big blind.
Yeah. What was deciding?
A little bit more than 2x.
I think you could go for 3x to.
Yeah, I think it's better to make it.
Equity realization with his hands, where he can just call and shove with anything when he connects, and when you put 3x, then he has a hard time to call and do these things.
Yeah, I think 2 point. I think even bigger. I remember Peffian raising me 2.8 blinds.
Yeah, I would go for 3x there.
Yeah. True. That's probably the better sizing. 10-5 is too loose. Queen is. Yeah, okay. Now, since they both have now reshove stack, I think it would be too loose to go for Queen deuce offsuit. I would like to see myself raise there. Yeah. And now I started to realize, okay, they're not playing back at all. And I think now we get to the phase of the final table where I repip way over what I normally do. And I got to win so many pots. I overlimp this, and then it goes. Just chip down. It's interesting that it just likes to limp his ace check off here.
Would be maybe the play when the big stack is in the big blind.
I'm not a fan of folding it here. I think it's even an open shove. Let me check that.
Yeah, look at the opening. I don't like. Maybe open shove, yeah.
It's 6 players left. We have 20-40, so we just create a new one. We make 40 big blind, 20 small blind was the ante. And it's like 4,000. So the big blind has, say we're now here. Big blind has 670. Small blind has 870. That's 3,200. He has 7.2. 1,100, 1,000. Here. Okay, just put it in ICMizer real quick. And ace, what do I have? Ace 3? Ace deuce, ace 5 deuce. So I think, but it's also adjusting to how much they should call off. And I think they call off, I think that sounds about right. 8 plus A7, maybe we need to add 7s. Yeah, I think we need to add 7s in the small blind.
You can't shove with 5 to suit.
And we have to add the big blind. I think he's folding that, to be honest. And then something like that. I think that sounds about right. Yeah, So against that two ranges, we can shove. We don't make money with 5-2, so it's good that we didn't shove. So you obviously can shove all of these combinations. And
you recalculate. You need to recalculate, right?
No, it automatically did.
Okay.
So I think, but still, I would still VPip all these hands. In hindsight, especially this offsuit Queen 4, Queen 3, King, Queen Deuce combinations and min raise. All of them and all of the offsuited checks.
You recalculated because it looks like the same as before.
Yeah, it did. I think. Calculate here. Yeah. Yep. Okay. It did. I really like the approach to shove all the very clear open jams, and then the ones to get unclear, like the King 5, King 6, Queen 7, Jack 8 combinations, and then the few losing combinations we start to min raise, and then we can be bid probably like 80% in this spot. We just take the profitable jams, and then we add the ones who are close, and then the ones who are losing, and still raise, and can go very, very loose here. And I don't like my, where did I put it? Not this one. I don't like my fold.
I mean, what, you don't like your fold?
No.
I like it. I have to suited is too weak.
It really doesn't matter that much, my actual hand strength. I should VPip a lot there. The players I should take the profitable jams, and then I should min raise the ones who are not that profitable or close or minus EV, and go from there and still have a very high VPipping frequency, like somewhere around 80%. And it's interesting. I talked with Fedor about that exact spot. I have it here probably somewhere, but I don't want to open my WhatsApp, but I can tell you guys what he exactly said. He said, he said it's a spot where, go back here into high stakes analysis. It is this spot where I talked about it with him, and he said he should raise more polarized, like Queen 4 offsuit is for him a very obvious raise. And then I responded, but if he goes so out of line, then you can reshove any two from the small blind. He said it's not out of line. Same mere reason why we should raise Ace X, raise fold Ace X instead of Queen X offsuit. I'm open jamming the middle equity and raise polarized. The exploit are flats and post flop, and the small blind will not start flatting a lot. I'm playing 80% VPip here. And yeah, I really like that approach, where like you basically take all the jams. If we go to the equity realization here, you basically take all the jams that are making money, and you know they're making money, like 9-6 suited, 10-6 suited, Queen 8 suited, and then you raise top of your range, probably in this spot somewhere around Ace Queen plus, Ace Jack suited plus, and 8 plus, and then you can add raise folds to balance this out with the closest shoves and the offsuited King X Queen X combinations, and you can even VPip.
You then put in your opening range in your Isomeister to raise to 80, like in your, and go into the big blind range. So you, and then put the hero to the big blind.
Or it's big blind or small blind, doesn't matter. Okay. So we
the opening range you just described. where you have like ace jack, ace jack, suited, and ace queen off. With nines also. Yeah, and now all the bottom line hands.
Something like this, I think. Of course, if we go too loose on the offsuited part, I think the range looks somewhere around here.
So you, okay.
And you can still only shove pretty tight against my range. That would be approximately the range that we're playing against. Okay, but like if we play this kind of range, the small blind can still not reshove that loose. And we're really, with all these hands, like it's basically, we're repipping 80% of hands here. We're shoving any pair, any of these ones that we know make money.
Which of the offsuit connector grid do you shove and raise fold?
I probably should raise, like I would add these. From what I recall, they didn't make that much money, and hence I think as low as 4 deuce and 3 deuce didn't make. So if we go up to 24% opening range, then obviously they can reshuffle. Oh, yeah. They can reshove a little bit looser, but they can still not reshove that loose, since we don't have so many raise.
Big blind. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense.
So you take all these shoves that are profitably V, and then you balance the top of your range up with all the crappy hands. So the exploit would be that you that the big blind and small blind should just call a lot, because they're either against top of a range or absolute trash. But people are not doing it that wide, so you can generate EV from your opens and from hands that you otherwise would normally fold. So that was a very interesting thing that I learned.
I rather open like 9-6-0 than 5 deuce suited, because with the deuce you block the deuces, and with 15 big blinds deep you want to have like more of the offsuit grid. So that's why I said.
But the effect is really small.
The 5 fold.
The effect is really small on because like it's such a wide range, blocking one part of it, it's a really small effect. So I think it's really, really fine to have as an exploitive strategy to take all the profitable jams and then balance your raise folds out with your top of your range, and then you can reflip these hands. I think strategy like this in a spot where people generally also don't play back that much makes, I think, the most money. So that's why I don't like the fold with the 5 and the deuce. 6 deuce, 8-4. Yeah, I started to.
It's really sick.
Can I check it down? Started to go very loose.
Nice candidate to go for huge bet, because you block the ace-8, the king-8.
In theory, you could. It's just a spot.
Yeah. You don't want to.
It's just a spot where you just. I know at this point. I know how passively he's playing. I know. Oh, sound. Sorry. I know how passively he's playing, and that I can generate so many chips, as you will see in the next hands, without risk. That he's just not folding an ace, and then I don't want to be at the river and be like, okay, I have to put in half my stack. Okay, pocket fours. It's praying for a 4, but didn't happen, and he's that kind.
He's like crazy.
He's that kind of player. He played very tight and then extremely aggressive. That was a very interesting combination. Probably read a lot of old school books. Okay, pull it. Pocket eights, let's raise and take it. You know, all these spots where like he should just defend so much in the big blind, he's just giving up his EV. Check call. And then
You have like a really nice hand to 3-bet bluff here.
it's true, yeah. I think I have a really nice hand to 3-bet bluff pre-flop, and I have a really nice hand to check raise the flop as well. Both options are fine. So I agree. I think
I prefer check raising with ace-5, ace-3, ace-4 with the ace of hearts than ace-8.
True. So as played, yeah, I think it's fine. Check call flop.
Yeah, ace-8 is really a nice 3-betting hand here.
Yeah.
Pre-flop.
Now I started the raising range again in the small blind. Put me in a couple of tough spots. I think it's fine. What do you do on the flop?
Yeah, I go for small sizing. Yeah, still some high lows which he just folds, like all the king and ace high lows just folds.
Yeah.
So small size.
Like all the kings, all the queen high lows. And I don't need to fold out so many hands to make it profitable. I cannot check call. I'm too weak for that. So I think a small sizing is fine.
Then maybe
on the turn, I hit the 4. I think now both options are fine to have a candidate as a big sizing bluff. However, I now think that I'm ahead of a lot of 8x, 10x with a high guard combinations that I'm still ahead, that I now have short on equity. And I think it's better for me to bluff hands where I don't have that. So I think I prefer check it in the small.
To play.
And then we check down, and we now see that he has queen 7. So I think the play on the turn with taking the short on equity with the 4 is fine, because he still has queen 8, queen 10 combinations, and the same with king and ace. So maybe the ace is reshuffling pre-flop. 6-4. Okay, you took that spot from me. Raise and take it. Oh, that was a fun one. Murray's not here, but shout outs to Murray. He would have left this one. So I just go it through. There's not really that much to talk about. C-betting. Boom. We're excited to see that. And what did he have, guys? I think some of you know it since I posted the hand in the Slack channel already. And he absolutely went for it. What a machine.
But you have so many folds though.
That's the thing. Like I thought about it. I don't find a fold. I don't find a call with ace king. It's just such a sick spot, you know. If like put yourself in that spot where you have ace king and just absolutely hate your life.
I mean, the thing is, he also does it with ace king. So
does he though? I don't know. I haven't seen him go thin for value at all. You know, it's a big difference.
Yeah, it's really hard. Glad you have the goods.
Yeah. Glad we avoided that. So now like that spot, I should raise the king 3 off, I think. Maybe 50 blinds against the button who's good, maybe not.
But king 3, it's very loose. You open 60% in.
Okay, we have to show that hand to Johannes again. He didn't see it. He had the sicko bluff with the ace deuce.
I mean, mean, the best bluff here would be maybe where you block your sets like ace-5, ace-4 suited.
Yeah. Made it easy. Now it changed, of course. We're now the chip leader. And yeah, we got it in there. Got unlucky.
Oh, you're running so bad, man.
I'm running so bad.
Shit.
Never lucky. Shit. Yeah.
Never
Okay.
mind.
The downswing ended. The hand after.
Just strange, but yeah.
Strange. Small sizing. I think now I can start. Oh, Muri's back. Oh, I have to go back for that hand for Muri. Muri, you back? Okay. You ready? I'm not sure if you saw that hand, but just show it once again. Boom. It's just a fun one.
Wow.
But then again, Muri, I got really unlucky with the 9-7. Sucked me out. That's hard to take. But then we got back on track. Flopped the flush, and I think I even got 3 streets of value here. Yeah, I think sizing up the turn is fine, 2/3, and then going for the bigger sizing on the read on the foul tail. Can you teach me how to? Yeah, I think the secret is to play 12 tables and then only show the ones that you run good.
Yeah,
So
yeah, that's a good concept.
That's the secret. Yeah, I think there's not that much to add here on the King 9 hand. It's just they called me down.
So many
with ace. Yeah. King 7, and I think now, yeah.
Just free bet this.
Oh, that was a sick hand. That was a sick hand. Yeah, the thing is, I don't want to start 3-betting this guy too much.
Yeah, makes sense. But
so
yeah.
I would rather have call him loser. Yeah. And I remember this hand where like he just did the same crazy line. And then boom again on the river. And this guy had like 2 minutes time bank and he tanked off to like the last 3 seconds. And then he clicked call. And he just went absolutely sicko bluff with the pocket deuces.
Somehow I like the bluff with the deuces.
It is. It's not a bad hand to choose to bluff with.
It
isn't. So he has put in the solo work for sure. Deuces, I'm pretty sure.
What did he call with?
He called it with queen check. Sick call.
What a baller.
Holy. Queen check offsuit. And I had king 7. So if I would have V-pipped, I probably would have already most of the. That's the thing where I don't like the fold. It's just I can go so loose here. People are just not defending. You see, they're all folding.
9-7. Yeah. Very borderline.
I remember in the hand where he bets the flop, and on the flop I type in the chat again ? And then he barrels the turn, and then I make a smiley because I just like I wanted to make him aware of what he was doing. And then on the river before the showdown he made a smiley and then checked it down.
Oh, you showed so much confidence that he was not able to.
Yeah,
You pull it through.
That was funny.
Wow, nice.
Because I was scared that he would pull the trigger.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
Then
You
I
must
would
have to fold, man. Holy shit.
That was an interesting. He limps in, and I think it's fine to lead my exact hand here. For a small sizing, we benefit from folding out a lot of equity. Maybe even 4x from the big blind, maybe even 8x from the big blind. So, or like, yeah, I mean, we benefit from if he's calling 8x, but checking that down, we don't really get to, we don't have any good turns, basically. So yeah. I do like small sizing to lead out. And then on the 9 again, on the 5, I think it's fine to have another lead. I prefer it a little bit over check calling. Yeah, because we still get to fold out hands like king, queen, king, check. And he's like very Broadway heavy here. So, and then we if we check, he can go for a really big sizing with his aces, kings, ace 10 type of hands. So I prefer betting his small here. And on the 9, I think we have a pretty clear check fold. At this stage, he has so many overpairs. And he's showing some of them down. I like some of the showdown ability he has down, and he doesn't really have any. Like I'm betting into 3 people on the flop, so he should have a strong range. And so I would always check fold that river. Yeah, check call I think would be too ambitious, and I don't see him having bluffs hardly ever. And I think he made a clear mistake by showing his hand down here. He had the busted flush draw, and he should always bluff it, I think. So, and he has like now 800K from like 7 million a few hands ago. Yeah, I like it. Starting the loosey-goosey.
Never saw the side of you of the loosey-goosey side. Never saw that.
I have it in me.
Discovering of you.
Also have to run good. So we go for the big sizing. He folded out. Yeah. So I open 7-5 and get all folds. Why big sizing, Muri? Because on this kind of board texture, out of position, we also want to have a lot of checks. And if we're betting, we benefit more from, like if we bet small, we don't benefit, we don't get to fold out these ace-x calls, it's like 8s, 7s, 9s. So we benefit more from a bigger sizing with a more condensed range and a stronger range, and also less, and therefore we need less bluffs. So if we bet a bigger sizing, he's always calling his strongest draws, his check X, his queen X. So I think if we want to bet, we want to have a bigger sizing on that board out of position. Yeah. Now I get a walk again, and I think this was at this stage it became like absolutely crazy how many pots I won. It was like insane. It was really insane. Hoppy. Now he reshuffled. It was like raise and take it a lot of times. Pretty insane.
I know what I'm doing when you're at my final table and I'm a short stack and you're a big stack. I know exactly what I'm doing. Shove any 2 against you. Doesn't matter how many ICM pressure. And then you are going to call with queen 5 again, like last time.
Yeah, that was funny. I think there was like one hand where I can raise a lot, but I have some hands that I also obviously have to balance that out, because he's he played solid, but he made a lot of mistakes. But he's aware of that if I limp, that I probably have a weaker range if I'm raising otherwise. So I have to be careful. But I think I can VPip 100% of hands here, and the very weakest part, it's fine to just limp in and go for a check call. And on the river, the thing is, if I go for, I think I'm fine with. Yeah, I think that's not. Yeah, it's just a fold.
Yeah, just fold.
Muri asked, wouldn't it be smart to slow down a bit because of ICM to some of the storage stacks pass? That's the thing. ICM is really, really, really beneficial for the chip leader, because for me, for me, losing 1 million chips doesn't affect my stack at all. For anyone else, losing 1 million chips is like really, really significant and losing a lot of money. So my stack is pretty much worth the same if it's 5.6 or 6.6 million. So because of that, I can put more chips voluntarily in the pot with less equity needed than anyone else can. And that creates a situation where I can be extremely loose. And we can start generating so many chips just by being the chip leader. And here's a great example where I have like 6.6 million now, but at the stage where it becomes to 300, I increased to 12 million with a lot of small pots and not really having to get lucky in an all-in situation. So I think that's very interesting to see how that plays out, because I just generate so much. Like every time I raise fold, I make like 100K chips, and that was really, really interesting here. An interesting hand where, like on the flop against a small sizing, I think I have a pretty clear check call against Gonzalo. I go for the check, turn is an ace. Exactly. So we, as a chip leader, we can take very hard advantage of other players who are middling stacks. At this stage, I think 6-7 is just a give up in my spot. Check it through again. 10 is an interesting hand. And my thought process was, okay, a check call on the flop against Gonzalo. On the turn, I'm basically done with the hand. And on the river, I believe I have too weak of a hand to go to showdown. Gonzalo, I think, would at least at some point would start bluffing if he would not beat my hand at some point. But it's very condensed around queen check, queen 10, small pocket pairs, maybe something even like 7s or 9s, maybe something like 8-9, queen 8 type of hands. And I can see Mayanko also playing a king until this point. So my thought process on the river was, I'm still losing against some of the 8x in Mayanko's range, which are a lot. Some 10x in Mayanko's ranges are a lot as well. I play my ace x some of this way. Mayanko never, he should lead the river. He still has king x, but Guillermo Gonzalez should bet his king x on the flop and his ace x on the turn. So he never really has a king or a 10, a king or an ace, but we both do. So I think
can still check back a lot of king x because of he wants to keep the pot small and don't want to be in fucking ICM hell.
Yeah, but on the flop, I think a small sizing with a king is fine.
You know? General, in this hand, I think with 7-6, I prefer just betting flop small and then maybe blast it off with you have really nice blockers with the 6.
Yeah.
You block 6. And depending on the
run, I think it makes it really difficult because he has also so many check shoves, like every flush draw, any king.
Yeah, that's why you just go for a small sizing, like 1/3.
Yeah. I decided that my 6 was not good enough to go for a showdown, and I decided to go for a sizing where I fold out a 10 because I think he's very capped to like a few kings, but never really stronger than that. and I folded out both, which was a great result. Maybe especially because I could easily have folded out 7s, 9s.
Yeah, but you have so many other air hands. You're opening 70% and you have so many air hands which you can.
Which I'm over bluffing then, but I don't think the response from them will be to call down with 7s. You know, I think they will still pretty much stick to calling down strongest 10s, or like calling down all 10s. And then, or like I actually scratched that. I think they are folding out 10x heavily. So because of that, I'd like to go for the bluff on the river. 9 deuce 10s. What happened here? Oh, that was an interesting one. What are your thoughts, Orland?
Honestly, this Melchanko guy, he's limping with hands like King Jack suited. With, so I perceive him a very.
He's a regular. He's a decent regular. Yeah.
So he has like the top of his range and the bottom of his range.
Yeah.
And Bernardo has like his free bet commits are, I would say 7s plus. Maybe.
I think he's a recreation. I think it's tighter than that. I would say it's like 10s plus ace queen suited, and I think against that range, and especially because even against the min raise from Mayanko, where I don't think he has like a lot of raise folds and he has all the top of his range because he's like shoving the middling part. It's not that great with 10s, but I obviously still have to shove. And then against that kind of range, and then 3-betting that kind of range, I think it's fine.
I think, well, what do you think about calling? I mean, Marianko either has like the nuts or just folds.
Yeah.
You get an insane price with your 10s and can play with your 10s against the range of Bernardo.
I think it's fine. Yeah. I think it's fine.
For overfolding it, also not too bad, but in this case when it's so small, it's 4.5 blinds.
Yeah,
so deep you can just call and play against him.
Okay, I think this hand dude busted. Yes. And check back on the flop, and then I just show it down, which is fine, I believe. Oh, that was an interesting one. That was an interesting one. Okay, go for a really small sizing on the flop. Oh, not that small, actually. Should probably go for even 20%. He calls. What do you do on the turn?
He should raise a lot of 9 and 8x. Just check jam them. So how much was his start stack? No, stack for the hand.
11.5 big blinds.
So, but other side, he shouldn't have many ace x because.
I think he shouldn't have any ace x because he can reshove any ace x in that spot.
Yeah, but he's a good regular. He has good ace candidates, but.
No. If he's a good regular, he should reshove any ace x.
No, I don't think so.
He's making money with any ace x.
Yeah, but when he's a good regular, he also has some ace x calls because exactly for this scenario.
Yeah. I don't know.
in shoving ace X or calling is then close, because you can just realize your EV with ace high, or with ace X he's not in ICM pressure so much, so he should have some ace X when he's a good regular.
Yeah, I did go for the small sizing, which, yeah.
I mean, he has no straights here. The thing is, he should just check jam his 9s and 8s. He maybe has, which makes it more likely that he has an ace.
True. I think in hindsight, I prefer checking back the turn. I think once I bet, I don't get away from it. As he likes to check jam, and we only need 22% equity to call. So at this point, it feels ugly, but yeah, I have to call.
I mean, he has some flush draws, yeah, like some gut shots.
But I mean, it's just really bad to call this. Like, you're absolutely printing with this reshuffle.
Yeah, but as I go through the brief course of Nicky P, he says he's preferring shoving the offsuit aces and calling suited aces because they play way better post flop, so he can realize his equity this way, and he realizes his equity very good in this spot.
Yeah.
So of course it's a plus EV shove, but
I would just always take that plus EV shove in that spot.
So in for example, the 15 blinds defend range from Nicky B, there's a lot of ace 9 suited, ace 8 suited, ace 7 suited, ace 6 suited, and also ace 6 off, ace 7 off, ace 8 off. He's always calling those hands and not jamming against the cutoff.
Yeah.
Because he can still realize his equity. When there's like deuce, 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 he has basically nuts against your range with ace high. Or both like this. Which is always good to have in these spots, also ace highs. Not if you play against Mario, that's true. Because he gets trips on the river and you lose.
Easy game. Yes, pretty easy call. A check down, isolating pretty small c-bet on the flop. Then on the turn, it's just check down. We could, I mean, it's a great hand to like obviously have a bluff, but like we're too strong.
A6 off and call defend a6 suited more, yeah. That's what I said.
It's a candidate to raise again, but I think mixing both is fine. And then small step because I mean, both. He has probably more aces than me. I probably raise most of my aces. So, but in theory, I think I can just stab small a lot. Raise and he reshoves second time.
With the exact hand ace 4 suited, I mean, I would also prefer a shove because you call ace 8, ace 7, ace 6, ace 9 suited, which play better, and you don't go too much for value because you fold so much.
Yeah.
So you only get called by better aces. So I think it's better to just jam the weaker aces and call the aces which are not for value, like ace 6 suited, ace 7 suited, and then of course the strongest aces which are for value again.
Mm-hmm. And now it's 300. I think we have a few interesting spots there. That was not one of them.
Just donks.
Decide to limp more. I think I prefer betting this kind of combination on that board. If I check, I think I have to check call the flop. It's too strong. Yeah, I think I even in-game thought, hey,
you should bet because you can't bet call, check call. I think this hand.
I think against this sizing, I can even check call. You know, it's fine. to have. I mean, the jack of
you
diamonds.
can't call with the jack 7, with the jack of diamonds. You even can check call this hand. So I don't mind to check call, but I prefer betting.
And I don't like this fold. Should have raised it.
I mean, I think it's fine.
I think you make money with opening here. Extremely loose. Get a walk. Yeah, corner opens. Yeah, I should have raised. You can go super loose. I mean, check 4-0 is a little better than 9-5-0 because he blocks his calling range. However, I believe you should raise 9-5 off as well. I remember seeing, I think, David Peters in the 100K in Rotterdam opening 9-5-0. That's exact. That was an interesting one again. I opened, he calls, go for a small c-bet. Big blind calls, and now he leads out, which I'm not sure what to make of it at this point. I think he has some 9-6, 5-6 combinations that now make 2 pair, maybe 7-8, but I think most of them are check raising rather. Maybe picked up the flush draw himself. Maybe as a hand like 8-10 or Queen-10 that he is now trying to.
It's very hard to say what he has. He just donk bets the Ace-X before, right? Where you.
No, he
opened and
he
you.
opened it.
Okay, I
Yes.
missed it. Okay, I was.
So I call and have a great bluff spot on the river. The question is the sizing. I think one part is where he's always check calling. He's always check calling, obviously, 9x. Doesn't really matter which sizing, but the only combination that I thought of was like 5-6 that gets now counterfeited. If I size up a little bit bigger, then I probably get him to fold that combination. And if I bet too small, that he might even find a hero call with a hand with like King 8, King 5, sorry, King 10, sorry, on the turn that he might play in a weird way like this, or Queen 10. But mostly I think his check folds in the river, so we can go for small sizing for a cheap price.
Yeah.
So I maybe misplayed this one. In game thought, okay, if he has like ace high flush draw, he might now hero call me against a small sizing or king high flush draw. So I'd like it to go for big sizing. I think both have similar fold equity. Because of that, we want to give us a better price and don't want to invest so many chips. I think he's almost. Yeah, I think he's almost always check falling and sometimes hero calling 9-6. But that's pretty much it. So yeah, I think I made a sizing mistake here. Defend, check 5, and give up. Interesting sizing here for 2/3. Just doesn't exist really, this kind of structure in this ICM spot. Yeah, I think it's fine. He now has hardly any pressure with 80 blinds deep to give up 9-5, 4-9 off in the small blind. Raise again. Small sizing on this board with almost range is fine. I go for the ISO raise.
Range, his small blind defend is very actually hits this board quite good because there's a lot of broadways. So
it does, yeah. But he also has like all the ace-x combinations that don't hit.
True.
And with a small sizing, you're never really making that big of a mistake by c-betting these strike boards. But that was an interesting hand. I remember this one. Button opens. I decided to flat call, which I think is the play here. Don't really need to 3-bet bluff him here. He's a fun player. He's a weak regular. And decides to squeeze it, 600K. And button folds, I think, with a pretty easy call, even though it it's not that great, but I mean, we have too good of a hand to fold. How do you see that?
When Mario is saying that, then it's a call, yeah.
It's just I was fine. I was looking for reasons to fold, and I was like,
but you have so much pressure on him actually, because he has the pressure.
Yeah. It's also just it's such a great spot to squeeze because I should
that's
again.
all,
So
yeah.
just a good of hand. Flop the 8. He goes for a small sizing. At this stage, we can't really do anything except check call. I think he should size bigger a little bit with his overpairs, and in general, I think sizing bigger makes a little bit sense. I think it's fine. But sizing a little bit bigger with like Jack 10 kind of hands to fold out my Ace 10, Ace Jack, Ace 9 combinations is nice. And then going bigger with his overpairs as well.
I think you fold your Ace Jack, Ace 10 without any backdoors. So anyway.
Yeah, Ace. Yeah. So not the queen. He should continue betting his 9s plus. Obviously, his king queen that he hit now. So I think once he checks, it's pretty defined to like ace high showdown value.
Do you think he still can bet those hands because of the? I mean, he's still in huge ICM pressure, so he can't. When he bets, he has to fold against the shove with these hands. So it's like.
Yeah, but I don't think I'm really shoving here often.
Yeah, what are you doing with your flush draws? Do you check raise them on the flop?
No, not often. Because like I'm not really accomplishing too much. I've still a great.
But then on the turn you can easy check raise because then you get to fold all these 9s to checks.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not sure if he continues to bet them. I would personally think that he should, because I don't really have queen X in my range besides the queen X with the flush. And also these queen X, I just check call. So, and he has all the aces, kings, queens that he's playing like this. So I think I should mostly check call, and because of that, I think it's better for him to bet like 800k on the turn with 9s to checks and then check back the river, instead of checking back the river and then facing a river decision. That is tough because first he charges my draws, which I mostly don't check jam, because I think check jamming a draw here, unless it's like 10-9 of hearts, which I might even get in on the flop, but like I'm not a fan against such a condensed range. And yeah, I go for the check. Oh, spoiled that. And then I want to ask, what are your thoughts on the river? What are your sizing thoughts?
Yeah, blocking bet seems very fine.
Yeah, and he gives it up. Okay, now you can start raising. Plays back. Fine. Fight. Check back this time.
Of course.
I think that's one of the spots again where like either is giving up or is checking an ace or an 8 and is not folding. Because of that, we can size up more.
Big sizing.
So size it up, and then that was a mistake.
10-3 is surely a limp.
Should be a limp for sure. Was a mistake. Raise it up. I think not sure about it.
On this board, I think you should go like 60% or checking.
Yeah. Agreed. Made a mistake by c-betting small. Don't like it.
Because he's in a world of pain with all his weak gut shots.
Yeah.
When you bet like 200.
True. Was a blunder. Play passively against him from the big blind. Interesting. I should probably be more aggressive. That was also an interesting hand. Yeah. Raise or limp?
I think I would limp there.
Strong enough to limp call, right?
Yeah.
For the threshold for what we want to open.
For sure.
Yeah, I think I also rather raise like 9-5 suited instead of 9-8 suited, which is strong enough.
But I think the raise is totally fine. Also with the ICM pressure you have.
Did you consider an ICM deal at this stage? No, I didn't. The only thing that I would have considered, I think the last hand was where I hit the king on the river. If it went back to even at this stage, and there was like, I think second was 5.4 and first was 10.5, so I think even more than double, no, almost double than the second in chips, and we would have had 80 big blinds to play in 20-minute levels, and was already 5 a.m. So I would have been like, okay, fuck it, let's just chop it up. But I'm not three-way, no, not at this stage. And never if I'm in such a driving seat where I can exploit them three-handed so hard, by putting pressure on both of them because they're both still alive and they want to ladder up. So being a chip leader is worth way more than accepting an ICM deal at this stage. So
I prefer a 4x there, but it's like a small difference.
I think small sizing is fine. I would probably go for small sizing with most of my hands. He calls, turn 9, boom. I think now we just want to go for big. To charge this ace-x. I go for, I think, was that 85% pot, almost.
Like it.
He calls, river the queen. I think we want to size big, but we don't want to size too big to give him the option to fold.
1.5 or something.
Why so hard do you call a shove on the turn? If he shoves the turn, fuck. I don't know. I think I find a fold with 8-9 here. Because like, what is he shoving on the turn? Like, what makes sense to shove on the turn? I think only hands like ace-7, ace-8, ace-9 make sense to shove.
Yeah.
And I'm crashed by all of them. Doesn't make them shove a straight. Doesn't make the signs.
Or he has like pair and a flush draw, which makes 2 his bluffs.
Yeah, but like that never gonna happen. Like pair and a flush draw, you can just call, you know.
Yeah, so it's really hard to find some bluffs which he has.
I think if he shoves the turn, I think he, but even 10-7 of spades is just an easy call, you know. You just realizing the equity and I can still be bluffing.
Spades is like a juicy hand to just raise it on the turn, you know, because you have so many. I
have bluffs. I have a lot of, but yeah, I see the merits for shove, but like if he shoves
spades, 10-7 spades, because you get to fold out even strong as 9-8.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if we're lucky, we are against 10-7 of spades, maybe 10-8 of spades. And then we have like 60%, 70% equity against them. And if we're unlucky, we're drawing dead. So I think against the turn shove, I think it's fine to fold 8-9. And on the river, I go for exactly as you said.
You're thinking the same.
And he's tanking. He's tanking a long time, I remember, and then he called it off with the ace-10.
Oh, now, got him.
Now it's a 6-spot where I can keep applying pressure.
How is it to be like Mario sitting here with 3 left with 11?
It's very nice. Now it's out the turn. I think. Did you put him on such? Maybe on the river, or I think on the river. I think on the river he's just so many. Like, what does he has? He has like
ace jack, ace 10.
Yeah.
Ace x hands.
He has like ace-6. He has even 8, 9-7. He has 7-8 that he decides to not raise sometimes. All the better 2 pairs, I think, is reasonable to expect that he shoves the turn. Because of that, I think we can discount it. If he has a straight or a set, then just well played. But we also want to bluff here with some frequency.
But the thing is, you don't go this line with ace jack, right, or with ace king. Or do you go with ace king maybe, but ace jack?
I think ace king and ace jack is too thin, to be honest. I think you can go for a small sizing on the river. However, I think going for big sizing and expecting to have 50% or more equity I think it's not gonna happen. So I think I want to have 2 pair plus for the big sizing on the river for sure. And I have a lot of combinations. Like I have so many combinations that are that, I have 6-5, I have 10-6 even. I have Jack 10, all the nice stuff. So I think now I just put that.
You're just cruising the final table.
Again, I should limp there. Should not fold. He reships it. Nice. Limps it. I think it's fine.
I like to limp those hands and go with other hands to raise.
Yeah, but probably just better to limp. And I just gave it up on the flop. I didn't like the raise pre-flop either. I was expecting that he should defend less, but I feel like he defended 80% against my small blind raises. So that was interesting. I realize maybe I should defend that.
I don't think so.
But then again, the lesson that we learned earlier, if you're gonna flop 2 pair, you should not fold pre-flop.
Don't be results oriented.
I would have busted him. Okay, next hand. I think great candidate to raise again. He defends again. And I think it's a nice combination to go for big size. I think small sizing doesn't really accomplish much on this boards.
You could go for small and another small, sort of fold out all the ace high, king high floats, all the backdoor floats. But big sizing, yeah.
I think I'm with a big sizing already attacking the king high floats and the queen high floats. And I'm also attacking the ace6, ace7, ace5 combinations.
Yeah.
And he has a tough time even calling. I mean, he's calling ace10 always. So, but like these kind of combinations and the small sizing, he's calling all of. Like I think I rather check instead of betting small here, because betting small doesn't really like he's basically calling every somewhat connected and showdown value hand here, which is like any a6, any king x, any queen x that could make a straight somehow, any check x that applies the same rule. So I think either if we wanna bluff, we want to choose big sizing, and he goes for the float.
I agree.
I remember this one. I think that's an open shove. No, I think at this point we could open shove this hand, but they're so passive. I rather grind them down. That's also something to keep in mind. If it's tough opponents, you want to take the close shoves. If they are passive and weak opponents, you just want to attack them. And like if he's limping, that's just a great candidate to just attack and fold out his equity. Ace king. Calls again. And here I think it's fine to go for a small value bet. He doesn't really have 3x and deuce x in his range. I have all the over pairs, but he can still call with his ace and king highs. That's why we don't want to go for the bluff with a small sizing that often, because he's calling all the ace highs, but with ace king type of hand, I think it's fine to go for the value bet. But he folds already.
Got a little bit more 135 a little bit. But yeah.
There was an interesting hand. I see bet small. No, it's not that small, 40%. I think I should see bet a little smaller.
Yeah, I think so.
But at this point, I realized that he's a fun player, so it really is fine to just bet bigger with your value hands, because he won't exploit you. He goes for the check raise, which is interesting. I think we have two options on the flop, which is to either reshove.
I would always call.
Or call. Yeah, I think reshuffing would be an overplay because he's only calling a flush.
Yeah, always call.
Call. Turn is the 3 of diamonds, and I think at this stage, if he's shoving, it's tough.
Yeah, I think you have to call.
Yeah, I think so too. And now
with the additional full house outs.
Yeah, if he's checking, I think we have clear value bet against his flush draws and straight draws, that he might like to call one more or even check jam them, and I think we have a clear call down. And he might even have hands like king check, queen check that he's still now slowing down with. And I go for small sizing to call him off, and he folds.
Oh, nice.
King 10 is pretty clear. What does he have in blinds? He has 25 big blinds to start the hand. I think it's a very easy reshove.
Yeah.
Don't have to put that in my CMizer to see that, but it's really nice for you to play around with this spot, see how much you can reshove. And I think in a spot like this where it's still raising a lot, if you just put in a range and you can kind of get the idea, okay, what's my bottom of hands that I can shove, and then you know, okay, king 10 is well in there, so it's an easy reshove. 6-8, I think I go for the raise again. He calls again, back to running well. And I think same reason with the ace king, I go for the small sizing, to give him the option to raise or don't fold out his hands that I want him to continue with.
Yeah.
Call. I think on the 4 I should check most of my range because I have overpair heavy, but he's way more 8x and 4x. Not way more, but I have both still because I raised so loose. But in general, I want to also have some nuts in my checking range. And he checking it back. And on the river, I come up in this spot with some hands, like random hands, like 10 deuce suited or 9-5 in, I don't know. No, I don't have that in my range actually because I don't play it. But like some hands that are beaten by king and ace high. So I can go for a big sizing. I don't even mind an overbet. But with the value part of my range, I don't like to test if he's calling overbets at this stage because it's such a tough spot for him to call all in here.
You target the king and ace highs, of course, but like
300. Yeah, I sized up a little bit too big, probably.
The thing is, when I think that's too big,
yeah,
can fold his king highs.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's too big too. I think I should have gone for small sizing. No need to go too polarized.
100% he's now folding then an ace or a king. Now you can open jam. Oh.
Yeah, it should be an open jam, pretty clear. I debated, okay, it's fine to still min raise, but got punished right away.
Or maybe you dodged the bullets.
Maybe, yeah. And let him live, because it is fine to go with him in there, to not attack him too much. I think he's playing so passively, I realize my equity. So, and I don't want to get him the feeling that he now has to start trapping me. Easy open jam.
Yes. Agree.
Deuce.
He opens the fire, deuce.
That's the thing that we talked about before, where like, okay, you're reshuffling all these hands and now you can mix in absolute trash to min raise with it. And by that strategy, you can expand your V-pipping range even further.
Never saw this Lucy Mario in my whole life. Experience a new side of Mario right here.
I think that's also an open jam. Easy. Easy, easy. Same thing like the ace
I don't
deuce.
know you up to the stage.
And you gain so much EV by being able to put in the spots. They fold both again too. Easy open jam. Again, now he wakes up with a hand.
Bist du deppert, Was für ein insaner Spot.
I think that's one of the hands on the bottom hands that are fine to shove. No, it's just a shove.
Any two jam.
Any two jam, yeah, that's a mistake. Any two jam missed out there. If I type it in, I probably lost like $100 with not jamming this. Yeah. Change your mind to become a Lusso player. He's just trolling me, Philip. He's making fun of me a lot because he always.
I only see, you know, I know Mario as the over-knit player, always tight is right, over-folding, and then now I see him like opening 100% or playing 100%, and it's like a whole new world to me.
Oh, I think he busted there, and then we made the heads up. Yeah, the aces. And then that was interesting. He limps the button just to bust him. I think I should just always put the pressure on there.
You're all in.
Put him all in. Tell him what he's got. He doesn't have it.
You want the thing is you want him to be alive.
Yeah.
So you jam any two. I think you can jam any two.
I think so too, yeah. Especially because I think he's raising his strongest pawn that he's calling off with. And he should be folding. I think, not sure if you want to go for the heads up. It was, a lot of raise, and he got a little bit more aggressive in the heads up. Maybe we skip through the pots where that were interesting. We can see that probably here. Where I lost the most and won the most in the heads up.
But would you really reshove any two there in this?
I think do that. Let's see how many we have left.
In the freeway spot where the other guy has 1.5 big blinds, would you really do it?
I don't think he's trapping ever, so probably makes sense, yeah.
Because it's a very, very good spot for you to push all in with any two.
I just skip through the hands where I don't really remember which one were interesting, but I kind of see that at the top left there, right? How do I do this? Okay. That was an interesting one. He's opens pretty easy check call on the flop. It's too strong to fold. Probably with the offs, without the backdoor. I can sometimes fold, but not against this small sizing.
Yeah.
And if it's bigger sizing, we still have to call all the backdoor hands. Fold out this one.
You could also free bet, and I think pre-flop.
Yeah. Great. Yes, true. Great hand to free bet it pre-flop. Calling it off afterwards is tough though, because I don't see him bluffing. But King 10 off. Yeah, Murray, I have to disappoint you. He's barreling big on the turn, and I was debating raising the river, but after all, it's just a call now. And he got me 6-9. So Muri, the run good is over. Sad, but it's true. Sad, but it's true. What was there? Ace queen. Open, call, check, check. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Okay, it run good's back. Run good is back. So I check back the flop, queen on the turn. I think I should go. Nah, I think it's fine. The sizing is okay. Charge is 8x if he's winning. Call, and then on the river I can go for big sizing. And I remember he tank called even a little bit with the queen, which surprised me. But yeah, got him there. Oh yeah, that was an interesting one. So I opened the button, he's calling. I think I can go for a small sizing with a lot of hands on this board. On the monotone boards, the follow just his non-equity different suits.
Yep.
And I go for a really small sizing. He calls. And now it's interesting on the turn. He leads out for 40% pot around. And he did that before without having a good hand, And I was like, what hand does make sense here? And I wasn't sure. I felt like, okay, maybe it makes sense to lead out an 8, a 7. I think 8 and a 7 without a spade make a lot of sense, because with a spade, you're strong enough to check call, but it's tough to face a bigger sizing. Maybe that was his thought process. Maybe he wants to start bluffing now his draws that he cannot check call, which is like 10-9, maybe 9-6 as well. Yeah, that was pretty much what I got. So I didn't know, couldn't interpret more than that on that turn barrel. And I think it's fine to call and bluff a spade.
Yeah, it's really nice to have a hand where you can bluff spades.
Yeah.
Because you don't have many of them.
Yeah, I agree. And then I think it's fine. I only need 23% equity. I even have that. End the stream before we end the meeting. Okay, honest. So I call, turn is a 5, and now it gets really interesting. He's potting it. And I remember seeing that, like, that absolutely doesn't make any sense. Like none.
Bro.
Like none.
You're the guy that folds in these spots. It's a fold.
Why would he ever check call? Like, he obviously has to have ace high flush, or sometimes king high flush, but I also don't see him betting this wide. And I remember betting the hand before where he rivered the flush, betting 1/3 on the river. So him now betting pot made me really, really suspicious.
Okay.
And also the fact, what ace high and king high is he leading out on the turn? And as I said, it still makes sense for him to lead out some 10-9 that he cannot check call with, and then maybe some 7x that he on a spade now tries to turn into a bluff. But then again, it's also hard to find more bluffs than that. So
maybe he has just like random king high flush where he doesn't doesn't know what to do when he faces another barrel on a turn.
You're a sicko, Roland. You're a sicko. He has a random king high flush that he doesn't want to check call. And yeah, he got me there. And it goes back to the point where you should always overfold river. But I tried to be a hero here and it didn't work out. But I like my thought process where he shouldn't really. He's capping his
good arguments.
He's
because
capping
his
his
nut
range.
flush draws, he doesn't have many of them. He plays this way, but like
He's,
the king high.
not only that, he's reshuffling a lot of them pre-flop. Then he's check raising a lot of them on the flop. And then, okay, what else is he up with? And also the fact.
The king high where he doesn't know what to do on another bet, so he bets himself.
Yeah, that was the was the main takeaway. So he got me there, but don't worry, guys, we get it all back. Let's see. I think there's some smaller pots, but none really that interesting. And then he opens button, I 3-bet him. He ships.
What a way to win a tournament. You get it in.
Oh,
Think like, oh, this might beat against ace-8, and then the 8 peels off, and you are like right in the back in the mood, like, okay, we are like even, and we are in the grind. You about coming the king or winning this hand. You're try. I would, if I would be in this position, I would think right back into the match and give up this hand and be focused again. But then the king on the river and it's over. It's like, what?
It was so like I would have just made a deal at this point. That was the point where I was like, okay, fuck. That's just such a like, okay, you have an and then he hits it, and then you're even. And the thing is, you see it here. It's now on big blinds, showing big blinds. If I have 49 big blinds, he has 76 big blinds. He's playing very passively, so it's unlikely that it will go down in a big event. So he's not that passive, but like it will be long, and it's 20-minute levels at the end of the marathon. So I was happy to not go through that. And also was a big jump from 5.4 from second to 10.5 in first. I'm not sure why they have to structure like that. But yeah, we got him. We got him.
GG, congrats, man.
Thank you very much for joining, Roland.
GG.
Nice. And I'm excited to go through your run in the same time.
Yeah, I tried it as you, but I failed.
Day after.
Go for the trophy.
So yeah, maybe just let us know when you have. Muri asked if he can join Roland's run as well. Yes, for sure. Roland, just let us know a day and time where you want to do this, and we just go through it. And then you.
All right, I think the thing is tomorrow I have no time.
Yeah.
And Sunday I think there is no time, so it would be like next week.
Yeah, sounds good. Cool.
All right, then Mario, Roland, thanks a lot for hosting this community coaching today. I think it was awesome value shared. Congrats, Mario, to the 5-digit ship. Must be super motivating. Yeah, Mario, just make me host right now so that I can end the streaming. Thanks, guys, also for joining on social media. I think it was very insightful into what's happening on the Pokercode here and then. And yeah, for all our team Pokercode members, we have big news this week still. But yeah, we will put it in the news and announcements. And yeah, Pavel, Muri, Philip, Ronnie, thanks a lot for staying till the end, and see ya.
Thank you so much, guys. Johannes grinding.
I had to open a table. It was just so long.
Okay.
All right. So
I can. Right. You got it all now. I can jump out.
Yeah, we're stopping the live stream and ending the meeting. All right. Bye, guys.